Anytime you're ready, Peg.
Good day, everybody, and thank you for joining the 2020 Balloon Fiesta Safety Seminar. This year, like many things, it's a webinar, so there will be some different things that we'll talk you through and we'll work through. We are really pleased to be bringing you an interesting and informative lineup of speakers, and we will be introducing each of the speakers right before they go on. We are coming to you largely from Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the Balloon Fiesta offices, with one exception, and we'll introduce that in a bit as well. We have about 155 participants today from all over the country and all over the world. And you know, what's most interesting is many of you are, or most of you are commercial pilots with over 500 hours. Which is another indication that all of us never stop learning. Let's look at those statistics. So of the people that have registered in the purple, all right, so about 55 of us are have over 500 hours. The next is 100 to 500 hours. And then 50% of us, if you could bring up that pie chart, are commercial pilots, 30% of us private pilots. That's just really interesting statistics. And then I also want to applaud those of you that are holding watch parties today. That I know of several people that invited their crew over and they're learning together as a team. And we actually think that's a fantastic idea. So thank you for doing that. I am Peg Bilson. I am a commercially rated balloon pilot and an instrument rated fixed wing pilot. And I'm currently the chair of the Quad A Education Committee. We are a group of volunteers dedicated to continuing education in the ballooning community. So we run several ground schools throughout the year and special seminars and this annual safety seminar. As with so many things this year, you know, we've had to go online. And so Ken Tullian and I will be walking you through some of the differences about what we have to do to navigate through today's webinar. Just to give you a little bit of planning time, each speaker, except our last speaker, is about 30 minutes long. And we'll be taking a break after every 2 speakers. So about every hour, we'll be taking a quick 5-minute break. We'll let you know at what time we'll be restarting the video so you can plan. Also during the presentations, you'll be able to ask questions via the Q&A tab down at the bottom of your screen. So please type in your question. We'll be monitoring those questions. And if it's specific, we'll answer it directly by typing back. But if it's something of general interest or multiple people are asking the same question, then at the appropriate time, we'll interrupt the speaker and we'll ask the question. And then please, after each speaker, there will be a quick survey that we'll ask you to take just to let us know how informative you thought this session was. We really do use this information, and there will be more of a comprehensive survey at the end of the entire seminar that, again, we'll ask you just to take the 5 minutes to fill out. Many of today's topics actually did come from the surveys from previous seminars. So we'll plead with you multiple times and you'll get aggravated with us, but we use the information. And then in addition, you know, we've provided you all of the presentations, but we're also recording today's session. And so in about 2 days, we'll make the recording available for you. And the recordings and the presentations will be available through the end of November. Ken, what have I missed? And please talk through the details.
Actually, I think you got it all nicely. I was going to mention the Q&A. There are some folks, we're hearing a whistle through your microphone, but it will go away when you mute your microphone. I believe that that will take care of that. So there is a question on here. 4 people logged in. Do they all need credit? If you're the pilot and you're on the insurance, then we need to know who that is, but I think you can just send us an email about that. We have all the names for those people to be able to send us, that we'll be able to send onto the insurance company. So if there are others as well, then that just let us know that, and we'll put them in there along those lines. I'm just reiterating that we'll pop up a poll at the end of each section, which is the evaluation, and we're answering your questions either live or in the Q&A room throughout the course of the seminar. So I think we're ready to get started if you are.
Fantastic. Then let's just go to our first speaker. Our first presentation is over-the-counter medications, a go, no-go decision by Morgan Beebe. Morgan is a pharmacist and a crew chief to her husband and daughter. Morgan was awarded her Doctor of Pharmacy from Creighton University in 2012 and has practiced in the community for the past 8 years. She and her family have been involved in ballooning for the last 6 years. Morgan will be educating us on over-the-counter medications only. So please, when you're asking questions, please don't share any personal health information or ask about prescription drugs. She will provide you information that if you do have questions to that effect, you know, who to go ask, but we'll be talking specifically about general over-the-counter medications. Morgan, over to you.
Thank you, Peg. As Peggy did say, I am a doctor of pharmacy. You can go ahead and do the first. There we go. So today I'm going to talk about over-the-counter medications and how those affect your decision to fly. Ethically, I am bound to disclose that I do work for Walgreens, but I'm not receiving any kind of compensation or consideration for the company for this presentation. The other thing I wanted to make you aware of is that we're going to be covering the tip of the iceberg. There's so many medications out there that we can talk about, but the medications I talk about and the recommendations I make in this presentation are definitely not meant to take the place of a discussion with your primary care provider or your aeronautical medical examiner. So what we're going to cover today is always we go back to the FARs and figure out which FAR is applicable to the medications. We're going to talk about how to read the over-the-counter labels. We'll go into some common over-the-counter medications and if they are considered safe or not safe to fly. We'll talk about specific FAA guidance and how that should play into your aeronautical decision making. And then again, as Peg mentioned, we'll go over some resources for people, further questions. So the FAR that we're concerned about is 6153, talks about as a pilot in command, if you have a known medical condition, you may not be able to safely operate the aircraft. A lot of times, most people are concerned about chronic conditions that you take medication for on a daily basis, but this is also applicable to over-the-counter medications. Over-the-counter medication is by definition something the FDA has declared, the Food and Drug Administration, excuse me, has declared safe and effective for treatment of self-diagnosed conditions. For example, springtime comes, flowers are blooming, the trees are leafing out, the grass is growing, you end up having itchy, watery eyes, you're sneezing, your nose is running, your sinuses start to fill up with congestion. You're not going to probably make an appointment with your care provider. You're going to say, oh, I have allergies, and you're going to go over the counter to try to find something to relieve your symptoms. And that is a medical condition that will affect your ability to operate an aircraft. So when you're looking at the over-the-counter labels, there's a lot of information on there. And a number of years ago, the FDA did standardize all of the information that is to be included in the over-the-counter label. The things that you want to specifically look for are the active ingredients and what they're used for. You want to look for warnings, especially ones about causing drowsiness or warning, be careful when you're driving or operating heavy machinery. And then the other thing you want to look for is the dosing instructions. How much and how often can you take a medication? So this graphic I pulled directly from the FAA website because it has some very specific information on it. But if you look at the right side of your screen, you'll see a drug fact box. This is going to be the same on any over-the-counter medication that you pick up. And the first thing that you're going to see at the very top is the active ingredient. All the active ingredients are listed by their generic names, so sometimes you're going to have to maybe do a little bit of research or ask a few questions to make sure you're understanding the name of the medication and what it's used for. Toward the middle of the box, where the stars are, you're going to see the warnings or cautions. And again, things that you want to look for: may cause drowsiness, may cause sedation. Those are going to be important. And at the very bottom of the box are the directions for use. It's going to talk about age-appropriate dosing, and it's going to talk about how much of the medication, how many tablets and how many milliliters you can take, and how often you can take those. If there's a range on that medication, it's something you're also going to want to pay attention to because the FAA is pretty specific when they say you need to wait 5 dosing intervals from the last time you took the medication. And I'll address this toward the end of the presentation. So now that we know what you're looking for on the over-the-counter medication, I'm going to cover some medications that I'm asked questions about on a daily basis or I recommend on a daily basis. And we're going to cover these 4 classes. So we'll dive right into the pain relievers. Most of your oral pain relievers are going to be your Tylenol, it's also called paracetamol, which is acetaminophen, your Advil Motrin, also called ibuprofen, or your Aleve, which is naproxen. Most all of those are going to be okay to fly. There are certain things that you need to watch out for and some cautions that I put over on the side. But for the most part, those are considered safe medications to use while you're flying. The exception to those is anything with the PM designation, Tylenol PM, Advil PM. Those have an ingredient added to them that by definition cause sedation. Those are a no-go as far as the FAA are concerned. All of your topical pain relievers generally are considered safe and effective by the FAA. The thing that you want to watch out for, those are going to be things like your Bengay, your Icy Hot, your Salonpas. If any product contains lidocaine, you do want to be careful with that because if that's applied to an open wound, it can be absorbed into the bloodstream and drop your blood pressure. So that would be the only caution I have with your topical pain relievers. So allergy medications, this is probably the one that most people need to be aware of. Things like Claritin and Allegra, loratadine and fexofenadine, those are considered safe and effective or safe to fly with per the FAA. When you move into most of your other oral antihistamines, things like Benadryl, which is also called diphenhydramine, your clotrimazole, your Dimetapp, anything that contained oxalamine, all of those are a no-go. I was a little surprised when I was doing the research, but Zyrtec is actually considered a no-go by the FAA because all of those medications can cause drowsiness. They can have a hangover effect in the morning. It can impair your judgment, slow your reaction time. All of these medications, you do need to wait those 5 dosing intervals from the last time you take the medication before you're considered safe to fly again. Another interesting thing that I saw when I was doing the research was Benadryl or diphenhydramine. The FAA very specifically states on their website, you must wait 60 hours from the last time you took that medication before you're considered safe to fly again. And one more thing on that one. The 2 medications, diphenhydramine and doxalamine, that are in the yellow, those are the ingredients that are added to over-the-counter sleep medications. So by definition, sedating, those are going to be your pain reliever, Tylenol PM. Anything that has those medications in them are a no-go. The good news is the other allergy medicines are all pretty safe. Nasal steroids with the Flonase and the Nasacort. The only thing I would caution with those, we all know how pungent propane is, but if you take those medications on a long-term basis, it can affect your sense of smell. So it's something to be aware of. Your decongestants, which are actually going to help dry out your sinus passages, Sudafed PE and Sudafed, both considered okay by the FAA. Just to be aware with those, it can make you feel jittery, and if you take it too close to bedtime, it'll cause insomnia. Your nasal decongestant Afrin is also okay, but please, please, please never use that medication for more than 72 hours because it'll cause a lot of rebound congestion. You'll be worse off in the end. We're moving into the cough and cold and flu. The cough medication over the counter is called dextromethorphan. It's Robitussin DM, Mucinex DM, anything that has that DM designation. There's also a medication called Delsum, which is an extended release dextromethorphan. Those are no-go for flying due to the drowsiness. If you're looking at just plain Robitussin or plain Mucinex, those contain a medication called guaifenesin, which is an expectorant, just kind of helps you break up the junk in your chest. And those are okay, as long as it doesn't have that DM. When we move into the cold and flu products, all of those are combination medications, things like NyQuil, Dayquil, Tylenol, cold and sinus, Advil, sinus and cold, even the Coricidin products that you hear about, all of those are going to contain some kind of combination of an antihistamine, a cough suppressant, a pain reliever, and or a decongestant. But because they contain that antihistamine, those are all also a no-go as far as the FAA is concerned. And the last general classification of medications that we'll talk about are your gastrointestinal remedies. For the most part, all of those are considered safe and when you're going to go fly, the exception being Imodium or Imodium AD, also called loperamide, is an antidiarrheal, and it's a no-go for fly, which, you know, do you really want to fly in that condition anyway? But so that is because it causes sedation and sometimes euphoria. So now that we've covered all of the medications, or at least some of the medications that you're going to run into most commonly, we're going to talk about the specific FAA guidance and how you should take that into account when you're with your aeronautical decision making. Most of the information from the next few slides I have pulled directly from the FAA website. I didn't want there to be any confusion about their specific expectations and guidance. So circling back to the FAR 6153, these are questions that, are you okay to fly? These are some just basic questions you should be asking yourself. Do I feel okay? Am I only feeling okay because I've taken medication? Do I feel like I'm getting worse? Am I distracted because of how I'm feeling? The next set of slides also are specific questions before you want to get in that aircraft, the balloon or the aircraft. In the past 5 days, have you taken a medication, or do you feel like you need to take a medication because you're not going to be able to fly with the symptoms that you have? And do you have any other underlying health conditions? This is going to be important when you talk about interactions with medications. The FAA says if you've said yes to any of these questions, you should probably reconsider your decision to fly. Additionally, the FAA specifically says you should not fly while using medications with these noted side effects, and that's going to be in the warning label on the over-the-counter box: sedation, dizziness, lightheadedness, visual disturbance, caution when driving or using a heavy machinery. And as a general guideline with any medication, you start taking medication, you should wait 48 hours and note no side effects before the FAA considers you safe to fly. So here we're going to talk about the dosing interval that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. If you need to take one of the no-go medications, the FAA specifically says you need to wait 5 times the maximum dosing interval from the last time you've taken in the medication. So something like Benadryl, chlorpheniramine that you take 4 to 6 times a day, you're going to need to wait 30 hours. A medication that you take twice a day or every 12 hours, you're going to need to wait 60 hours. Zyrtec, you take that once a day, you're going to need to wait 5 days from the last time you've taken Zyrtec before the FAA wants you to fly again. So as an interesting side note, when I started researching exactly how the AMEs determine how a medication is affected in a patient or pilot, while they're flying, they are also directed to look at what's called the pharmacological half-life of the medication. That is the amount of time that it takes for the body to process and eliminate half of the active ingredient present. This is where specifically Benadryl comes in. You can take it up to 6 times a day. So that's a 30-hour wait time. The FAA has indicated 60 hours because of the pharmacological half-life. Say you took Benadryl 2 days ago for an allergy. You wake up this morning, you're feeling great, no more symptoms, you want to fly. But that active ingredient is still in your system and can slow your reaction time. This is what the FAA refers to as unaware of the impair. I would also argue, even though it's not specifically said on the FAA website, that in addition to diphenhydramine, things like chlorpheniramine or doxalamine would also require a 60-hour wait time. But this is a specific direction to the AMEs that the FAA has put out there. So we've covered a lot of information in not a lot of time. And I'm sure that there are many questions out there, especially if you do take chronic medication. Where do you go for help, and where do you go to get these questions answered? Obviously, you can go to your care provider, and if you have a medical certificate, you can address that with your AME. Here's my personal plug. Go to your pharmacist. Go to any pharmacist. That is what we're here for. This is what we do all day, every day. And pharmacists have traditionally been known as the most accessible healthcare provider. Even through everything that's gone on with the pandemic, we're working every day. You can come up to our counter and talk to us. You can call us on the phone 24 hours a day, and we're there to answer questions for you. Most insurance companies do have an Ask a Nurse helpline that you can call. These are typically staffed by advanced practice nurses. Excellent, excellent source of information. Obviously, you can go to the FAA website and type in over-the-counter medications, or type in medications you may be taking, and you can get a listing of whether it's a safe or considered a go or no go. And a lot of times people don't consider poison control. Poison control is also staffed by pharmacists, and they have a huge access to multiple drug information resources, especially useful if you have questions about dosing intervals, useful if you have experiencing an unusual side effect, or if you have concerns about how that might interact with any other medications you might be taking. So hopefully that wasn't too fast, but I will turn it back over to Peg. Thank you for watching.
So Morgan, thank you very much. Very informative. I'm personally going to make sure that I print out those go, no go charts and keep them close by. We do have one question for you, and that's, could you clarify for us what's meant by half-life?
The pharmacological half-life of a medication is how long it takes the body to process and eliminate half of the active ingredient that's included in any medication.
Super, fantastic. Okay. All right, I think that answers the question. So right now, we have no more questions.
Okay.
So thank you very much, and we will switch to our next speaker. We do have the evaluation we'd ask you to fill out. So for all the participants regarding over-the-counter meds, please let us know how informative you thought this was. And again, we use this information. And so while we're preparing for the next speaker, who is Ray Bair, and Ray Bair is going to be talking to us about grain of the sport. Many of us know Ray, many of us have his name in our logbook, but he's gonna share with us the ramifications of aging and flying. Ray has been involved in ballooning since the late 1970s and purchased his first system with some partners in 1981. He has been active in the sport ever since. He is a commercially rated for both hot air and gas balloons, and has served for over 25 years as a designated pilot examiner, completing over 500 check rides. He is an active flight instructor still, and a member of the FAA's safety team FAST. Ray, over to you.
We're still taking polls. People are still responding to
I apologize, I've been put on pause, that we're still taking the poll from the last presentation. So one moment, please. While we're doing this, again, many of you have asked about insurance. And so when you registered for this seminar, you provided us with the insurance company that you're with. And we now have proof that you've logged in. And so we'll compare the two, and we will provide your names and your participation to your insurance company. And as Ken mentioned previously, if you had already, if there's multiple of you watching and you want multiple credit, just shoot us an email and let us know the multiple participants that were in the room. All right, now over to Ray Bair.
Hi, I guess I'm on, huh?
You're on.
The topic of aging and ballooning has become more popular in recent years. Most people call it graying of the sport. We chose to call this topic graying in the basket. It's not because you're afraid of the guy that you're flying with, but rather that it's indicative of the fact that we're getting a little older. There was a lot of gray hair in the room when they asked me to do this. I was just the last one to step aside. Those of you who have been in seminars that I presented in the past know I like to wander around the audience, tap a shoulder now and then, or throw a spitball or something. So I feel very constrained in this environment. So if I disappear off the screen, it's because I've gone wandering around. One of the things we had a hard time doing was sort of identifying what this topic was exactly. And so we looked at some alternate titles which reflected our thinking, namely aging gracefully, if there is such a thing. And then we asked the question, when pilots have too much experience, meaning they've been around a long time. And then how does this aging process affect piloting skills? We know the aging process does affect us. And so the question is, are the piloting skills themselves affected? And if they are affected, is safety jeopardized by that pilot getting a little older? And then the final thing, maybe when do the number of years logged since birth, namely your age, matter more than the number of hours in the logbook? So with that, we decided graying in the basket might be the best place to go. Now, some key questions that we hope to address today is in fact that question about whether aging affects our flying skills. And do the effects have a negative impact on safety? Does experience and expertise offset any degradation? And then finally, an important question, how do we know when it's time to quit? Well, I went to a lot of material trying to find things that were germane to pilots and flying skills in general. Everything from psychology magazines to soaring to the Air Safety Institute. There's a lot of material out there in a variety of ways. Notice that I also addressed the American Automobile Association because in fact there seems to be a lot of similarity with our decisions about driving automobiles or in our case flying balloons. But somehow those studies don't tell the whole story. And so I decided to do a few interviews, which I'll talk about at the end of the talk. And I looked at, in a kind way, at a variety of aging pilots to see what some of their views were. First of all, let's talk about what the effects of aging are likely to be. And they come in two major categories, kind of the physical degradation and the limitations that we encounter, and then secondly, in the cognitive abilities or how we think and react. The principal physical degradations always seem to be the same, and they start with vision. I'm wearing glasses. That's indicative that my eyes have changed as life has gone on. Secondly, hearing. Hearing is an effect that I thought probably wouldn't be too important to ballooning until I began to think about it a little bit. and we'll talk about that shortly. And then strength, and related to strength, the flexibility of how we in fact can react to the needs of the situation. Important in all of this, however, are the cognitive abilities as well. And the things which came forward in my mind there were our response times to situations, how good is our memory. I know I have a hard time remembering my friends' names, let alone some of the things that I need to take advantage of in flying. And then the final issue was confusion. So even though I've just listed the 6 or 7 items specifically, there are many more that come to play, but these are the ones that we're going to address today. So let's look at the physical effects first. They're the most apparent. There's just a gradual deterioration of most of our physical components and sensory functions. I put in parentheses good news. If there is any, I couldn't find it. Being an aged person myself, I think good news about this process is getting harder and harder to find. But in fact, as we look at these physical effects, vision is clearly the biggie. It's the one which is likely to come forward most noticeably the earliest. These effects might actually begin when people maybe in their late 40s is kind of a typical age for these changes to occur. And I must point out that it's important for both our near vision and our far vision, because as people age in general, their far vision or distant vision tends to improve, quite frankly, and yet their reading vision or the near term vision deteriorates. But we need to think about that near term vision, because all the time during our flights, we must be able to read our instruments with clarity and frequently aviation charts. Secondly, of course, we've got our local and our competition maps or PZs that might be in the area, and we need to keep that in mind. The far vision or distance vision is probably most important in our scanning for hazards, and particularly in landing sites or landing options, identifying the risks that might be present there. Secondly, hearing. As I mentioned at first, I thought this might be generally unimportant, but I got to tell you, first of all, the aging and the hearing loss seem to go hand in hand, and I'm a living testimony to that. I think it's more important than you might first identify, and the two things which I thought I would bring to light are the fact that you have communications constantly with ATC, and secondly with your crew, and if you have any disability there where you can't do that with clarity, there are potential risks which come to bear. But then secondly, I began to think about the possibility of our fuel system. Fuel leaks actually can reveal sounds that you should be aware of, and burner function. Most all of us learned as we were going through our training to hear the sound of a burner that is reacting to a low tank pressure, and that subtlety might be lost if your hearing is not up to where it needs to be. Well, strength and visibility, or flexibility, excuse me, come into play with the normal handling of the system. But frankly, I have young people as my crew, so that's not quite as important as you might imagine. However, there are many things in the flight operation that do in fact matter, and you may be in a situation where there's no help to be had. I identified dealing with the vent line, and especially landing in high wind conditions. And then finally, just simply positioning in the basket. You've got to have the ability to move around, to get yourself in position, to be able to operate burners, vent lines, or whatever it might be from any position in the basket. So let's shift gears a little bit and look at the cognitive functions. I identified first response times. Frankly, I think that's probably one of the things that we need to pay attention to. Once again, this is especially important in our landing environments and certainly in critical emergency situations. So, because you're going to be required to respond in seconds, maybe even split seconds, to situations that are constantly changing. And so you must think about that ability to respond in a timely fashion. Then there's memory. What was that frequency I was supposed to call the tower on? Sometimes you just can't remember that. Or importantly, at what level was that southwest wind that I needed in order to get free of this particular hazard or fly to a safe landing zone? And where was that PZ? Fortunately, most of us have electronic tools in the basket that identify those, but if not, you must remember where those PZs are, and depending on your area, they may be quite a variety. So memory is a critical issue in the aging process. And then finally, identify confusion. And I wrote, which fuel tank am I using? Quite frankly, new students that are just learning to fly have this same element of confusion, but they can learn to get past it. The aging pilot may in fact not have the ability to get past it. And depending on your fuel management system, what active tank you're using, how low is it, how much fuel you got, how long can you fly on the last 20%, things of that nature can be a confusion factor to each of us. Well, they do in fact have an impact on safety, and I think it's a substantial impact on safety. The big one I worry about, of course, is the vision issue of not seeing power lines, particularly when you're going into a tight landing place that has power lines all over the place. I had the good fortune of landing on 2nd Avenue in this morning's flight, and I had forgotten how many power lines were on 2nd Avenue, but there are a bunch. Fortunately, you can see them, and they're there, and the landing site where hazards are there, you frequently come away with thinking that they were invisible. If you can't see them, you think they're invisible, but in fact, they're every bit as hazard. Then if we're flying in a congested airspace issue, yeah, I meant to call the tower, but I couldn't remember what frequency. If you have a radio preset and that sort of thing, you're fine, unless you're trying to transfer between various ATC components. You have to remember what those frequencies are. And don't lose sight of the importance of awareness of nearby balloons, which you can lose track of and create near midair or even worse, midair collisions. Or perhaps running out of fuel. You know, I talked about that active tank. You might be sitting there with 20 or 30 gallons left in the basket, but if they're not in the right place or you're not connected to the right tank, it's of no value. And interestingly enough, as we age and we require more focus or concentration in order to complete a task, it actually inhibits our effective scanning, and your ability to multitask is decreased, and so that's an important effect on safety. The real question is, when is it time to quit? That's a tough question, and it's really a tough answer. All the studies that I encountered focus on chronological age. And one thing I would bring to mind from an aviation standpoint is the old age 60 rule. This is a rule that comes in Part 121, which applies to scheduled airlines. And I indicated paragraphs D and E there because fundamentally what one paragraph addresses is the pilot who says, you cannot fly if you're over 60 years old. And the other paragraph says, If you are a company that hires these pilots, you cannot hire one who is over 60 years old. So there's two different approaches to this particular requirement. And it held sway from about 1959 to 2007. In 2007, it became the age 65 rule. They actually increased the chronological age by 5 years in 2007, but the rules are still the same, and it's still, like I say, focused simply on chronological age. The better measure, of course, is proficiency, but it's very difficult to have objective measures of proficiency. There are numerous fixed wing studies, and quite frankly, most of them went into the evaluation of the age 60 and age 65 rules. For balloons, there is virtually nothing to go on that I was able to find. I think an investigation into accident statistics might be worthwhile, but in fact, that is so limited that it's hard to get any kind of a statistical base and figure out a way to make decisions in the future. So my advice is to make good use of flight reviews. I think this is an opportunity. Maybe we're a little bit too casual about it, but as we age, this might be a really good thing to do. And let your evaluator know that your aging is of a concern. Do they see anything of particular note that you ought to pay attention to? So it only comes along every couple of years, but I encourage you to use it and use it effectively. Okay, so the next step I took was that was kind of about all the big picture things I could get out of the studies that I went and looked at. So I conducted a number of interviews. I made some effort to identify people that I thought would be worth talking with. I looked at recipients of the BFA Master Pilot Award. As most of you know, that's folks who have flown for 40 years. Roughly 40 years from their first solo to today's experiences. And I listed the participants that I had the opportunity to talk with. In the local Albuquerque area, I talked with Jim Ahern, Tom McConnell, and Dick Rice, all three being very respected pilots in this area. And then I looked a little more broadly. I list Mike Eller's name. I actually didn't have the opportunity to talk to him directly, but he's a 90-year-old or 90-plus-year-old gentleman who has a lot of ballooning experience, and I wanted to be sure and include him in this process. Further, I talked with Bud Heberly. Many of you know Bud. He's lived all over the country. I think he's currently in southern New Mexico now. I spoke with Rick Neubauer. I chose Rick because he is also an airplane pilot. He has flown both balloons and airplanes for a long time. And then finally, Dewey Reinhard. Many of you have had the opportunity to meet Dewey. Dewey also is an airplane pilot as well as a hot air balloon pilot. He lives in Colorado Springs and provided a good deal of information. So while I won't attribute any particular comment or thought to a single individual here, I think you can see that the people that I spoke with bring with them a lot of credential. So we'll see what they had to say. My interview structure, I talked first about chronological age, since that's something we at least have to get in the record. What's your current age and when did you quit flying if you have or expect to quit flying if you haven't done it yet? And what were your motivations to quit flying? And how do you know when it is time? And most importantly, but unfortunately most fallow, was the question about objective measures to help the decision. It is extremely difficult to find objective measures to help one make that kind of a decision. The age data was easy. The folks I spoke to were from 79 to 90 years old. And some had quit and some had not. but generally the attitude was that something around 80-ish was the time to be taking this pretty serious. Some suggested a little earlier, some later, and in fact, the key issue was one of physical ability. So, motivations to quit flying. Now, here's a lot of really sound advice, right? When your bladder capacity is reduced from 4 hours to 30 minutes, it may be time to stay on the ground. When the 42-inch bolster height seems more like 72 inches and you have to crawl over it instead of a nice gentle jump up, it may be time. When you shout at your crew because you thought they were hard of hearing too, is a sound issue and one that is easy to identify. And then finally, when depends become an essential part of your flight bag, you'll know that it's probably time to quit flying. Okay, enough of that frivolity, but those are actual inputs that I received. Those are not something that I made up. Okay, on a more serious note, there are virtually no motivational drivers to quit. Everyone wants to keep going just as long as they can. Now, one common theme that seemed to emerge was it's just too much effort. A lot of effort to get a crew together. It's harder to load the equipment. And the ancillary arrangements, which means tailgating material and things of that sort, are just getting a little more difficult to organize and make available. But one thing that really caught my attention was nearly all of them had, I'm going to call it an incident or two, and it's not an incident in the FAA terminology, but rather something they experienced. Many identified the fact that they might have missed something on the checklist. Hopefully it turned out to be something minor, not something critical. Maybe they forgot to do a radio check or something as simple as that, or forgot to set the instruments when they're flying in a new area, so they don't really know what altitude they're flying at. A common theme was, I muffed a landing. And we all know when we do a good landing, and we also know when we muff one. And this was something that came through the fact that, you know, I've done this landing 1,000 times, and somehow this one didn't go quite as smoothly as the ones I've done before. And then no matter what the incident was, there was a realization that it could have been worse. Obviously, none of those people that I talked to had a fatal accident, or I wouldn't have talked to them. But they might have banged up a knee or something like that. And they realized, you know, if things had been a slightly different situation, it could have been worse. And that was something that really stuck in my mind. So from all those conversations that I had, I tried to develop some do's and don'ts of how to go forward. And the first one is certainly don't fly with impaired vision. And most people think that as long as you maintain the distance vision, that's good enough. That's not the case. So don't fly with impaired vision. Maybe you want to minimize your flying in congested areas. And by congested, I mean both congested with a lot of balloons or a congested ground situation. Because we all know that does add hazards, or at least potential hazards, to our flying. And rely less and less on your memory. Develop checklists and use them. And it doesn't have to be a to-do list, doesn't have to be 100 items long, but develop a checklist of those important things that are going to matter once you're in the air, and use the checklist. Some do's. You must accept the fact that your reactions may be slower. And because of that, you might want to allow more space for landings or more space in general for your flying. Fly as often as possible to maintain proficiency. One thing I found in the studies was that people with a great deal of experience, and not only long experience, but current experience, help to overcome the debilitating effects of aging. So fly out there as often as you can and maintain that proficiency. And if your fellow pilots approach you with concerns, listen to them. It takes a lot of courage for someone to approach you in the first place and say, you know, I noticed something that didn't look quite as normal as I expected. You need to listen and perhaps take some subsequent action. So in closing, I want you to consider a couple of thoughts. And I'm going to read them to you because I don't know how good your video is. Nobody likes to think about it, but there may come a time when it's best to climb out of the basket for good. It's a tough call, and it may be one of the most important you ever make as a pilot. Deciding to stop can be difficult. It's a very personal thing. It's a last no-go decision. It is important to consider your aviation legacy, how you'd like to be remembered as a pilot, and the possible consequences if you push things too far. So with that, I'll close. Down on the right, you might notice I've got wisdom is knowing the right path to take, and integrity is taking it. So you'll all be making your own personal decisions. Hopefully this has given you some things to think about and help you make the right decision. So thank you very much.
Ray, thank you very much. Most informative. We do have a couple questions for you. While everybody else is filling out their evaluation, and it should have popped up on your screen. If you aren't seeing it popped up on your screen, the evaluation, please check to make sure your pop-up blocker is turned off. That might be the reason you're not getting it. But Ray, for you, a couple of questions. You touched on it a little bit about it being really difficult for somebody to approach you. Do you have some advice for those that give these flight reviews to people that they might be concerned about? Is there any delicate way or any extra checking they should do in the flight reviews for people whom they are a little bit concerned about?
Well, there's two issues that you bring up there. One, the more formal environment of the flight review. There, I think it's the responsibility of the aging pilot to identify to the evaluator that I'm getting old. I want to make sure that I'm still a safe pilot. And so I particularly want you to note things that might be related to aging. But the more difficult situation is the informal environment. It was interesting in the interview process, I spoke with a number of the folks that obviously had been flying for 40, 50 years. And they said when they started flying, there was much more of a discussion of the flight afterwards, when they would gather around and open the cooler. They would talk with one another and discuss the things that had gone well or gone poorly during the flight. And the pilots seemed to have a very mutual respect for one another, and as a result, could share these kind of concerns, if you will, in a very straightforward fashion. They, to a person, indicated that that no longer seemed to be the case. And so your thought about, is there a delicate way? My answer is there's no delicate way. And at best, it must be somebody that you have a mutual respect for, so that when they criticize you or you criticize them, you can accept it as a constructive criticism and go on from there.
Do you also have any advice for younger pilots, things that they could be doing now to prolong the time in their basket? Is there any way they can protect their eyes and their ears, or any other thoughts you have? Well,
the easiest protection we have is for the ears. Many people recommend that you wear earplugs, because that burner noise, while it seems tolerable, it in fact is very likely doing damage to your ears. And so we probably should all be wearing earplugs to try to help our hearing from deteriorating. The rest of it is, I could say that if you had a regular exercise regimen, that helps. And eating, dietary things of that nature, those are all very positive moves that we can take to not only extend our lives, but to extend our abilities during that life. Okay.
Fantastic, Ray. Thank you very much. So I think we've already had Ray's evaluation come up. Before we go to a short break, we were hoping that this would be a fantastic time to give you an update on the FAA's intentions regarding FAA medicals and balloonists. Unfortunately, the NPRM, or what's called the Notice for Proposed Rulemaking, is not out yet on this topic. However, we are anticipating that it will be out in the next month or so. And so we will publish to all the Quad A members when it is out, and strongly encourage you to please read it and also comment on it. It is anticipated that it will address more than just commercial ride pilots, meaning we're anticipating that many of us will be affected by this new rulemaking. All right, with that, we will take a break and let's start again 5 minutes to the hour. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back, everybody. I hope the last two speakers have been interesting and informative for you. Next up is Neal Smith. Neal is going to be talking to us about PZs, or prohibited zones. Neal is a commercially rated balloon pilot with over 400 hours. He has been a launch director, a safety officer, and the chief of safety at Balloon Fiesta. Neal will be taking questions at the end of his presentation, so please remember the Q&A button below, and we'll be back to you. Neal.
Welcome to the 2020 Quad A AIBF Safety Webinar. The theme of this year's webinar is that safe flying starts way before the launch field. I'm Neal Smith with more than 25 years of hot air balloon flying experience and a member of the Quad A Education Committee. At the end of every Quad A AIBF safety seminar, we ask the question, what topics would you like to see covered in future seminars? Almost every year we get a request for a presentation on PZs. This is that presentation. Like any good balloon flight, we should ask the question, where are we going and why should we care? We will talk about prohibited zones or protected zones, what they are and how to recognize them. We'll talk about some simple tools we can carry to help us figure out where we are and where they are. I'll talk about some smarter and more specialized tools that are available. I will talk about obtaining PZ maps and putting them on these tools. And finally, a brief discussion on resources that are available should you want to make your own PZ map or have one made for you. What are PZs? They are prohibited zones or protected zones, and these are simply locations where balloonists and or their crew are not welcome. This could be from livestock, crops, or other reasons. The most common reason is probably livestock. Horses, cattle, and sheep are frequently disturbed by the overflight and sound of a hot air balloon. Although llama, alpaca, goats, deer are less common, they tend to be more spirited animals and therefore more easily disturbed. We've had a couple local PZs that are based on kennels and animal shelters. The worst animal in my experience when I was flying in the Midwest was ostriches. Ostriches don't hide their heads in the sand, not like the myth anyway. They run. They're about as intelligent as a domestic turkey, bigger than a full-grown man, and when frightened, they can run at 40 miles an hour. Running into the edge of their pen does not work out well. We may be a real threat to livestock, or sometimes just cause distress to the owners. In any sense, if they've asked us to stay away, we should stay away from this area. Crops is another reason we could declare an area a PZ. Some crops are fragile and should never be used as a launch or landing space, or skimming through the tassels of corn or the ryegrass. The people on the ground may not be familiar with balloons and certainly will not appreciate our coming in contact with their crops, even if we don't actually land. There are plenty of other reasons we might have PZs. The area may be unsafe for the chase crew and recovery. A working gravel quarry may have accessible roads, but that's probably not a place you would want to put your crew in danger. A golf course may be open and inviting, but here in the desert Southwest, if it's green, they worked very hard to make it green and to keep it that way, and we are not welcome on golf courses. Parks may or may not be welcoming depending on where you fly. Again, in the Midwest, I purchased a use permit for a local park and was able to use that as a launch and recovery area. Know your local area, and if you don't know, if you're visiting, ask the locals. Others may object to the fact that we have more fun by 10 in the morning than they will all day. Sometimes PZs are created for competition. There may not be enough space for a common launch point. There may be historical reasons. A previous balloonist that landed there may not have been a courteous citizen. And it is human nature to assume, therefore, that all balloonists are of the same nature. And so that one bad apple, in this case, may have spoiled the entire bushel. Ballooning should be fun and enjoyable. It should be something that we can share and provide the landowners a thank you for allowing us to use their land, to be gracious for that. If you have balloon cards or trading pins or something from the cooler, please be sure and share it. If you don't sell rides and they asked about them, know who does in the local area and use the phrase, tell them I sent you. This will build bonds and help us with our local community. Knowing what the PZ is, why it's there, its location, and its size, and how far we should stay away from it is important. Let's talk about that. PZs come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. The BFA recommends the following coloring scheme to use for PZs to accommodate the needs of the restrictions of the PZs. I think of red PZs as a don't invade my space. No takeoffs or landings or even ground contact will be allowed in the red zone, and they will have a minimum altitude restriction. Typically, this is 500 or 1,000 feet. I think of yellow zones as no trespassing zones. Takeoff and landings are prohibited, but they may not have a minimum altitude restriction. I have yet to encounter a orange or minimum altitude zone where it is okay to launch, but a minimum altitude is required. Blue zones with a maximum altitude restriction would occur if we have an event or a rally underneath a shelf of controlled airspace and they don't want us to enter the controlled airspace. AIBF has a unique purple zone where we normally would consider this a minimum altitude zone like a red zone, but we may land one time in this zone. We may not take off again, so landings are okay. One time has to be your final landing. There are other PZs I've run across before. I found a green zone, for instance, where landings were not only okay, but they were encouraged. However, there was a vehicle restrictions that they were not allowed in the green zone. I have also seen areas where there was rugged or wilderness area without access, and we were discouraged from even flying over that area because recovery would be exceedingly difficult. So what is the relationship between you, your crew, and PZs? Well, as the pilot in command, safety of flight is your number one priority, followed closely by compliance with all the flight rules. Locational awareness is part of your navigation requirement. Aviate, navigate, communicate. So knowing where you are and where you're going and being able to fly appropriate to accommodate the PZs is part of your navigation requirement. However, if your crew is aware of your intended direction of flight, your location, their location, and the location of PZs in the area, they can help you out to ensure that you don't mistakenly land in a PZ. I had a wonderful flight early on in my career. My crew found a wonderful landing site for me. They had checked with the locals and had permission to use it. And when I landed, I found out that actually the people that gave them permission didn't own the land or control the land. They just loved balloons. So I marked this on my map to remember this later. I had violated a well-known PZ to the local area. So how close can we get to a PZ? We think of controlled airspaces as boxes or cylinders with vertical boundaries on them. Stay away from it, or you don't have to contact until you're within this area. And we may see a field that's just beyond that PZ that is just the perfect landing spot. And so we may wish that the PZ was perhaps a dome where we could get in close and land just on the other side of the fence. But frankly, that animal that's scared by the balloon doesn't care if you're 1,000 feet above it or if you're 1,000 feet alongside it. To that animal, you are a threat in either case. The simplest tool we can use to identify PZs is a paper map with PZs marked on it. After that unfortunate but educational event, my crew and I were able to pencil in that PZ in the map they carried in the chase truck and the map I carried in the basket with me, and we were able to avoid that in the future. A paper map is easy to use. It's fail-safe. It doesn't run out of batteries. It doesn't need the internet to work. But they do get obsolete and it's hard to share them. A paper map from an event is great because it can contain additional information besides the PZs, like a common launch site or propane refueling, targets possibly. And again, they are fail-safe. However, their problem and drawback is they require you to be smart enough to use them and know where you are on the map. So if there's anything we can do to help us out, that would be useful. In 2013, AIBF provided a Garmin Dakota as a pilot gift, and this little device had the ability to display a map and our current location on the map. Although Garmin dominates the handheld GPS market, there are others out there like Delorme and Magellan, and prices on these range from anywhere from $50 to over $1,000 for aviation qualified devices. But they may not have a PZ map on them. So how do we do that? Well, we can drop a pin or add a waypoint or a point of interest on most of these. And if we can make it the color of the kind of PZ, red for a red zone, yellow for a yellow zone. If we are fortunate and it has the ability to include proximity warnings, things like school zones or speed traps, we can put a proximity warning around a PZ of the appropriate altitude distance. Will also give us a horizontal offset as well. But how do we get an updated map onto one of these devices? Often they have some sort of support tool that comes in software, such as Garmin's Basecamp. However, Garmin's Basecamp, I can mark up the maps in that and upload them to my device. But Garmin has announced that they're going to discontinue support for some of the devices and actually stopped providing support for some devices back in 2018. The problem with paper maps is that in order to use them, we have to think, observe, and assess our position. This is something that we should be doing anyway, but wouldn't it be nice to get some help? Wouldn't it be nice to have something that always shows us where we are? Something that is convenient and familiar? Before we jump into that, though, with sophistication and capability comes complexity, and we have had presentations at other safety seminars regarding the sterile cockpit and the reduction or elimination of distractions. Although we know these tools can help, they can also distract. So what about our phone or our tablet? Well, these devices have web browsers, and if you have an internet connection, you could use Google Maps, MapQuest, Bing Maps, Rand McNally, or OpenStreetMap to have your location displayed on that map. The next more sophisticated approach is to use a moving map program that shows your position on a map. A better solution is one that allows you to upload a custom map, perhaps one with specialized information such as PZs. Avenza has a map tool that is compatible with both Androids and iOS devices. Avenza allows you to upload custom maps, perhaps custom PZ maps, but more on that later. There are other, more specialized tools for these devices that add additional features and complexity, like recording your track. These may or may not require cellular phone connection while in flight, and they may require some additional setup before you fly in a particular area. In the iOS world, Hot Air, TuNav, and MotionX are popular tools. I'm not certain if ForeFlight has the ability to load custom maps. In the Android world, Ultramagic's Flight Pack and Hot Air Balloon Pilot perform similar tasks. These work with the AIBF 2016 tablet. So I should not leave out the Windows world. Aussie Explorer is a favorite of competitors, and it allows for marked up maps with targets and exclusion zones, wind plots. Also, Comp GPS is also used on Windows devices. So now we might have one of these devices. Let's take a look at loading a custom map onto one of them. This is a quick demonstration on installing a georeferenced PDF file as a map in Avenza. The process is similar for both iOS and Android devices. First thing to do is to open up Avenza. From Avenza, you want to open up your shopping cart. When your shopping cart loads, you'll want to then search for the area or event of interest. You may want to remove the local areas if your rally is outside your current location. You'll want to purchase the map and then download and install it. Avenza will take a while to save the map tiles at the appropriate resolution on your device and configure it for changes in resolution and control on your particular kind of device. Once Avenza has downloaded it, go ahead and select a map to open it. And on the map, you can then see your current location in the gray circle near the center of the image. You can also see the circles depicting the airspace and the yellow and red PZ zones. This particular map also has green preferred landing and takeoff zones. The position following behavior can be changed by selecting that small circle you see on the left-hand corner of this map. This is an Android image. Your iOS image may be slightly different. The Hot Air app on iOS allows us to import custom maps in KML format. The first thing we need to do is get a copy of that PZ map in KML format on our device. Download that file onto our device. Once the download is complete, we can begin the association with Hot Air. Because Hot Air is installed on this device, we can then make that connection between the KML file and Hot Air. Once that's been done, we can see that we have that PZ map in our custom overlays. In real-time flight tracking data mode, we can view the PZ map with respect to our current position. Scrolling around on the map, we can see that this provider has given us airspace information, and on this particular PZ, there's a pin. We can select that, and we can see why there's a PZ there, in this case, stables, and what the expected minimum altitude is over this PZ. The Hot Air Balloon Pilot app on the Android allows you to load custom PZ files in KML format. The first thing we need to do is get the KML file onto the device. Once we've downloaded the file, we need to move the file to the Maps folder within the Hot Air app. Select the file, select Move, select Device Storage, not SD card storage, select Hot Air, select Maps folder, and save the file there. Once we've saved the file in the Maps folder, we can start the Hot Air app. In the Hot Air app, there's 5 icons at the top right-hand side of the screen. Select the center icon to open the custom maps list. Select our PZ map and return to the screen. Map behavior with respect to position is controlled by that second from the right icon in that set of 5 icons. Can we make our own PZ maps? Absolutely. And that task ranges from simple, your paper map added to with what your friends know, to a full-time job, possibly with assistance. The Albuquerque Aerostat Ascension Association's Community Relations Committee and the Top Gun Competition Club share their information. The Fiesta has a Property Landowners Committee, which also collects information and verifies that, along with the Safety and Landowner Relations team, which verify this information prior to every Fiesta. Mike McKnight at AIBF compares this information with the county assessor's GIS information. His property boundaries on his maps are far more accurate than simply dropping a pin. So what kind of information do we need? Well, we need to know the location, the extent or property boundaries of the PZ. We need to know the reason why we have the PZ there so that we can get the right type of restriction associated with that, and contact information on who requested the PZ so we can follow up if needed. For events, your marked up map may need to include information such as briefing location, propane refueling locations, the hotel, common launch areas, targets, goals. If there are special events such as glows that are held at different locations, they may need to be on your map as well. So if it's just your map, it's a simple decision on what sort of format you need. But if it's a club, you may need to have paper or one of the more exotic electronic formats. So start with your paper map. And with a Google Map account, you can create an electronic version that you can share among people. If you use Google Earth, you can add additional features beyond a Google Map. Similarly, we can use other mapping programs to do this. Now that we've collected all this information, do we make our own PZ map or do we seek professional help? The classic time versus money question. The professional map costs are reasonable, and the software tools have learning curves that are not insignificant. Although David Bair gave an excellent presentation at the 2015 BFA Safety Seminar on creating your own PZ maps, and Logan Bradford of Middle Tennessee Hot Air Adventures has a great YouTube video on how to use Google Maps and Google Earth to create a PZ map. These are not simple tasks. If you decide to make your own map, you'll need to learn one or more of these tools, and possibly others, to make your own electronic map. You'll need to strike a balance between too much information and ease of use during flight. A cluttered map is hard to read and distracting. And then, if it's a paper map, how are you going to distribute it? Do you have a license to share that information? If you used a marked up paper map and made a photocopy of a copyrighted map, that's not really legal. The same is true with many of the underlying images and data associated with electronic maps, like Google Earth. Where there is public data and shareable solutions, you need to be respectful of other people's intellectual property. And don't forget to consider the data that you have on the map. While it's useful for someone in the club to know the phone number of that cranky landowner, did we really need to share that contact information on our club website, especially if we give non-club members access to that? If you decide to get expert help, like Keith Sproul or Todd Fisher, to build your map for you, you will need to collect the same data that you would if you were making your own. You will also need to plan ahead because communication, data transfer, and validation of this information is not instantaneous. You'll need to plan several weeks in advance of your need date, and you'll need to plan on paying for a basic setup fee or an hourly rate to create the map, and then budget between $10 and $20 per map per participant for paper product. You may be able to sell sponsored logos or even advertisements around the outside edge of your paper map to defray the costs. Maybe on your electronic map as well. If you go ahead with an electronic map, you're going to need to figure out how you're going to distribute that on your own website. Well, we've almost made it to the end of the presentation. We've talked about prohibited zones. Prohibited zones, or PZs, are places where we should not be or we're not welcome. They are not the same as restricted or controlled airspace. PZs have a location, and they have boundaries, both horizontal and vertical. PZs also have a reason to exist. Generally, that reason to exist is to protect something. Animals, property, ourselves or our crew, or sometimes the community. Sometimes PZs exist because of what has gone on before. Balloonists are flamboyant, friendly, and fun. We should be thankful, courteous, and appreciative to landowners that let us land on their property. Being respectful of PZs is just good citizenship. We talked about maps, paper and electronic. We talked about the colors that are used on maps to indicate PZs and what they may mean. We talked about how paper maps are simple and fail-safe. We also talked about how electronic maps can help us in determining where we are and where the PZs are. And more advanced systems can do even more than just tell us where we are and where the PZs are, but they might be distracting. Remember, look outside the basket, know where you are, and fly your balloon appropriately. We saw some examples on how to install some common PZ maps on common tools. And we talked about custom maps, making our own, or getting help for paper maps for an event. I want to take a moment and thank David Bair and Tim Baggett for making their BFA 2015 Safety Seminar presentation on making your own PZ maps available to me to use as a reference. And I appreciate Ken Beebe's help, especially with the iOS stuff. Without it, this presentation would be lacking. I was fortunate to find Lanford Bradford's information on making PZ maps using Google Maps and Google Earth, and appreciate him allowing me to use them in this presentation. Todd H. Fisher at AT&T.net gave me lots of advice on how to make maps for events and how to get help in making them. Mike McKnight explained all the work that goes into making those very detailed and very accurate PZ maps for Fiesta and all those formats. And I especially appreciate that Mike put in the effort this year to provide a current 2020 PZ map. And finally, the other members of the Quad A Education Committee, I appreciate what you do and the high standards you encourage.
Wow, thank you very much, Neal. Most informative. Would like to remind everybody that you did receive a link yesterday to all of these presentations. And so I actually used this presentation last week to get the 2020 Fiesta PZ map downloaded. But I did have to read it about 3 or 4 times and had it handy when I went through it. We do have a question for you, Neal, regarding the legality of PCs. Is there any regulatory language around prohibitive zones, or is it really a community relations issue?
I would say yes, there is regulatory language, but not in the FARs. We are effectively trespassers when we land on private property. And there may be ordinances with parks and to keep us out of using public areas. So that's where I would start with the discussion. That it's a community relations thing. If we are courteous to the landowners, we might even be invited back, and that's something that we can take care of. There was a couple things that I also wanted to point out, that a lot of the tools are going to web-based tools. So if you buy a handheld device or add an app to your phone, a lot of these that will take maps that you can upload, you can put on your device through whatever services they provide. The most common format appears to be KML, but GPX is following, but there are other formats out there as well. And the last thing I want to say is not only did as Peg pointed out, the presentation on how these things are done. These videos are actually available separately. You can search for them online, and there are links in the last couple pages of this presentation to get you to those presentations. And that's about the other thing, other than I'm going to brag about my kid who made the music at the end.
Perfect. There is a question.
Oh, third question. I see that now. So Don points out that although there is no necessarily FAR regulation that deals with PZs, if we are a nuisance, who do people go to talk to? Well, they will talk to the local FSDO, and who's the FSDO going to talk to? They're going to talk to the ballooning community. And again, it's not necessarily a FAR reg, but if we want to ever be welcome in the community, we need to treat our other community members with respect, the same respect we'd expect ourselves. I don't want someone who's lost to walk through my garden, but if that's the case, I certainly don't want them to stomp on my vegetables as they pass through.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Neal, and thank you for taking the time. As a survey has just now popped up on your screen for Neal's presentation, so please fill that out. And our next speaker is Tom Fisher. So Tom's going to be talking to us about crew training and management. This has been a topic that comes up as a suggestion at almost all of our safety seminars. So we appreciate Tom's willingness to pull this together for us. Tom Fisher is a commercial rated balloon pilot and enjoys ownership with his wife Diana of the Balloon Breezy Rider. Tom has served as a docent and on the board of trustees of the Balloon Museum. He is an active member of the Quad A Education Committee and has been awarded the Bob Rupenthal Education Award. Similar to Neal's presentation, Tom will be taking questions at the end. So please, type in your questions under the Q&A section, and we'll address them at the end of Tom's talk. And please, if you haven't completed filling out your PZ evaluation, please do so now. And as soon as that is completed, we will switch to Tom Fisher's presentation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom Fisher, and I will be discussing crew management and training as part of the Quad A 2020 Safety Seminar. First of all, let me say I'm a person who stutters. Because there are many different balloon systems and many manufacturer recommendations and different protocols of putting balloon systems together, I will be discussing all of the subject matter in a generic form. Who are the crew? They're just people who enjoy ballooning. They may be crew members, always want to be crew members, or maybe some of them would like to be a pilot in the future. There's no FAA certification required to be a crew member, but BFA has a Crew Achievement and Awards program called CAP, where you can work yourself from basic crew member all the way up to a master crew chief. Let's face it, without crew, there is no ballooning. You can crew with 2 people, yourself and one other. You can crew with 4 people. You can crew with 10 people. Crew members outnumber pilots, usually in a ratio of 4 to 1 for a balloon team. Crew skills can determine pilot performance. Respect your crew. With well-trained crew, the situation is safer. Crew considerations. First and foremost, the crew should be healthy. You might want to apply the same health questionnaire to them that you would ask yourself. One of the acronyms I use is I'm safe. Illness, medicine, stress, alcohol, fatigue, and eating. Have you eaten properly before you go out to balloon? Illness, how do you feel? Medicine, are you taking something that might affect your capabilities to think correctly? Are you under stress from things at home, from work? Have you had a lot of alcohol the night before? Is it indeed 8 hours bottom to throttle? Are you tired? 9th day Balloon Fiesta? We've all had that feeling before. Did your crew read and sign the waiver? The one that you use to give all to your passengers. Did your crew understand what they were reading? Did you give them time to read it carefully? And of course, did they sign it? Another consideration, as you know, are they properly dressed? Do they have layers in the cold weather? You start cold and by the end of your flight, it's very warm. Do they have things on them that could get entangled in other things? Long hair, loose jewelry, cameras over their shoulder, those kind of things should be talked about before they start crewing. Might even want to consider a crew questionnaire to determine individual skills and knowledge of the area, especially when you're doing out-of-town rallies. Here's a questionnaire that I developed and I use quite a bit, especially, as I said, for out-of-town rallies. Have you ever been part of a balloon crew before? Are you just a spectator who's walked up and volunteered to help? It's nice to know that. Do you have a current driver's license in case you're the one that they asked to drive the chase vehicle? Are you familiar with that particular chase vehicle's converting it from 2- to 4-wheel drive and back? Have you ever operated a handheld radio? Do you know the protocols? Are you familiar with the roads in the area we expect to be flying? That's always very helpful when you're out of town. Do you know how to use the GPS equipment such as Garmin and Glimpse? Do you have any hearing problems? Do you have any vision problems? Can you lift 40 pounds? You know, ballooning is a group lift effort, so remind them to lift with their legs, not with their backs. Do you have any of the following health issues? Heart conditions, knee problems, respiratory conditions, back, hip problems. Be nice to know about those and assign them appropriately to crew positions. For the ladies, are you pregnant? Finally, have you read and signed the waiver? I'm going back again to make sure they have read the waiver and understand it and have signed it. Pilot and the crew chief. For 91.3, responsibility and authority of the pilot in command, that's you, the pilot. The pilot in command of the aircraft is directly responsible for and is the final authority as to the operation of that aircraft. In order to provide management of the crew, the pilot can delegate or empower a person on the balloon team to be the crew chief. The crew chief can help the crew with proper and safe techniques for all phases of the flight: assembly, inflation, flying, and landing. Assembly. The pilot should consider allowing the crew to do the assembly of the system. Usually the crew chief can help by doing that, by teaching new people how to put things together. This frees the pilot to assess the situation, including weather, spacing of balloons in the area, launching sequences, wind directions, etc. More importantly, it frees the pilot to do quality control. A basic principle of quality control is that the person who does the work cannot QC the work. Another thing, where's the fire extinguisher? Is it attached to the fan? Is it standing next to the fan? Is it in the basket? Is it in the truck? Where is it in the truck? Have you tested it recently? Have you looked at the gauge to make sure it's still full charged correctly? Do you know how to use it? Does your crew member, crew chief know how to use it? Interesting thought. Fan signals. Go over with the fan person how you want to relay information as to starting, stopping the fan, slowing it down, speeding it up, etc. Critical crew positions. I have two critical crew positions that I consider. One is the fan. The fan is the most dangerous piece of equipment on the field for two reasons. It's powered by a gasoline engine that becomes hot when running. If knocked over, it can easily start a fire as the gasoline spills on the hot engine. You know where the fire extinguisher is if that happens. And also, fan blades spin at high rates. They can catch a string, strap, rope, or even hair and pull with tremendous force. Not a good thing in ballooning. And another consideration, if you move the fan while running, the centrifugal force may cause the blades to hit the fan cage and shatter, sending pieces hundreds of feet in all directions, especially sideways. Another critical crew position is the crown line. The crown line crew member is often critical to the successful inflation or of a glow. Take time to teach proper crew techniques. How the crown line person responds to wind changes varies depending on whether the balloon is inflating or standing up or even in a glow. You might even want to consider two crown lines with two different people. Make sure they know how to communicate with each other. You know how to communicate with them. Sometimes I have my crown line person holding a radio, and I've got a radio, so I can talk to them if various situations develop. Here's an example of the balloon moving in the wind. Pretty difficult. Proper techniques can help a lot in that situation. Your crew during flight. After inflation, have your crew member give you overhead clearance before you launch. Taking into consideration, is there a balloon directly overhead? Are there balloons coming from behind you? All of those things should be considered, and let your crew help you out in those situations. There are 3 main jobs for the crew during the chase. Each job should be done by a separate person if you have enough crew. Driver, focus on safe driving, watching the traffic signs, the speed limit signs, the school zones, all of those things. Navigator, look at the maps for the route using the Garmin or whatever navigation tools you have. Let them be looking at the maps and telling the driver which way to go. Radio operator, someone on the radio, use short and concise wording. Do not get into long-winded descriptions of where you're going, where the balloon's going, as other people are probably on that very same channel. So keep it short and to the point. And the crew can also watch the weather and notify the pilot if they see things of interest, such as raindrops forming on the windshield. Might mean there's light rain in the area, or it's starting to develop into major rain. Crew watching weather. What if a weather system comes and it produces wind gusts? A thunderstorm 50 miles or more away can cause significant wind gusts in your area. The storm may be more obvious on a weather app, such as a phone or an iPad. You probably have one in your balloon. The crew should have one in the chase vehicle, and they can be watching it more closely as you're flying your balloon. The crew also should be watching flags, the movement of other balloons, and cloud formations. Wind gusts can cause unusual flying and landing conditions, as you so well know. Change in directions is always an interesting thing. Your crew during flight. The crew should notify the pilot of hazards on the ground. Are there power lines hidden in those trees? Are there fences and ditches? And if the pilot determines they're going to land in a beautiful field, make sure there's not ditches on all 4 sides. Animals. Are you flying low, looking for a place to land? Are you disturbing the animals? PZ zones. If the pilot didn't notice, you can remind them of a PZ zone coming up in their flight path. And they'll be landing on private property. We'll talk about a little bit more of that in a minute. When you land, as soon as possible, have the crew get to the balloon and bring it down. Most accidents happen when the balloon is standing on the ground. You're very satisfied with your flight. Everything seems cool, and then a gust comes up, hangs you over a fence, a power wire, into some trees. Landing using the drop line. Drop line may be needed to move the balloon to a place where it can be deflated in a safe manner. Maybe you're becalmed over a fenced-in area, maybe over a house. You want to be able to pull it to a place where you can deflate it safely. Use it only in calm winds. It's not a brake. Don't throw it out and expect your crew to grab it, and hopefully they can stop you. They'll just go with you, most likely. Then. Let the line hit the ground before the crew grabs it. Nice example here of this picture. That heavy roll hit somebody in the head. It's not a good thing. Instruct the crew to hold it. They must not wrap the line around any body part, even though it's tempting. The crew must always keep their feet on the ground. Remind them to let go of the line if the balloon rises beyond the length of the drop line. If the drop line becomes tangled then the pilot should be able to release it from inside the basket. Do you have a release mechanism in your basket that you can release the drop line? Also, when you're using a drop line, avoid obstacles, power lines, trees, etc. Landowner relations when you're landing. Landowner relations can become an issue. Find the landowner. Remember, you will be trespassing on their land. Get permission before doing anything. Have your crew look for the owner. Or get one of your passengers out of the basket and walk over and try to find the owner. Ask them for guidance. What's the best way in and out? Remember, do not cut fences, locks, etc. on anybody's property. Follow all directions they give you. Remember, thank them and be sincere. Sometimes a bottle of champagne will help with the situation. Also, in advance, you should know the procedures for special situations, such as Indian reservations, military bases, and airports. Electric lines. One of the worst results can be a balloon in electrical wires. Expect professional help getting out of the basket or recovering the balloon if you're in the wires. Don't try to do it yourself. Not a very healthy decision. Keep the crew and spectators away from the area. There's an unseen issue if the balloon becomes energized. Voltage is highest at the source and fades as the energy radiates across the ground away from the basket. Very similar if you think dropping a pebble in a pond, the rings expand outwards from where the pebble hit the ground, hit the water. Excuse me. Some more on electrical wires. Potential voltage is the voltage that radiates out from the point of contact from an energized source, such as a balloon on a power wire. Stepping on two different voltages at the same time may cause you to be electrocuted. Let's look at this example here. We're hanging over a power wire. Let's say it's 10,000 volts as an example. The balloon's sitting on the ground, but still in the wires. That could be on the ground, the touching point, 7,000 volts. As you extend outwards from that contact point, it could be 3,000 volts. A little further out, it could be 500 volts, and so on as you move out. If you need to evacuate from the basket, there are two different methods. Shuffle step. Heel of the next step does not pass the toes. So you're walking very short steps as you go out. Hop. Keep feet together. Do not fall. Keep hopping out as long as you can. If you fall over, you could be between two different levels of voltage and thus electrocuting yourself. Injuries. First of all, do you have a first aid kit? Do you know where it is? Is it in your basket? Is it in the truck, the trailer? Does your crew know where it is? Is it up to date? Have you used it in the last 2 years? Maybe something inside is beginning to dry out. Maybe the bandages aren't as good as they used to be. Maybe some of the medicine or the pills have gotten outdated. Remember, take care of anyone who is injured. If injuries or significant damage is encountered, this could be an NTSB issue. Instruct the crew to leave the equipment where it is if it's a lot of damage or someone is injured. Notify the rally directory, NTSB, local FSDO offices, and be sure to call 911 to get help as soon as you can. We all know the balloonist prayer. Well, there's a balloonist cruise prayer also. The winds have cursed us like a cyclone. The sun has scorched and parched us. We have chased our pilot through Mother Earth's maze, and God has laughed at us as we have climbed barbed wire to retrieve our captain in a field of thistles and ditches. We pray there is a cold beer waiting. The author of that is unknown as far as I know. Now we got a little bit of time for questions and discussions. It's always good to discuss things that we just covered and maybe gain some clarification if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Very, very informative. We don't have any questions for you right now,
Okay.
but Tom's video is, or his evaluation is going to come up online. And again, please take the time to fill out these evaluations, and it's time for another break. And so we'll head into a break. Again, let's return at 5 minutes after the hour, and we will have our last two presenters, which is Beth Wright-Smith and Ron Lessoway. And we know we're very much looking forward to both of those. So again, please fill out your evaluation forms, and we will be back online with Beth Wright-Smith 5 minutes after the hour. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, we're ready for our last two presentations. Many of us believe that the next speaker needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Beth Wright-Smith is going to give us good instructions on tethers and glows and how to safely conduct them. Beth truly comes from us with an aviation background. Not only is she a distant relative of the Wright brothers themselves, but her father became involved in ballooning in the mid-1960s, when only a handful of pilots across the United States existed. She earned her pilot certificate in 1978 and has since accumulated 4,700 hours of flight time. Beth presently owns, operates, and is the chief instructor of one of the only FAA certified pilot training schools for balloonists in the United States. And she also serves as a designated pilot examiner, such that she, along with Ray, many of us have their names in our logbooks as well. So with that, Beth.
Thank you, Peg. I started doing corporate work in about 1985, so I've done lots and lots and lots of tethers and glows. And so I'm going to be talking about that, the things that I've learned the hard way and things that I hope that other people can avoid, and we'll go from there. So we want to make sure that we're covering how to do these safely, because I've seen some pretty scary things at tethers and glows and some things to watch out for that are going to be different from when you're flying. And I just want to make a note that this is not the only way you can do a safe tether, but it is a safe way, and it's the way that I do them. And some of the things I think are really, really important. You do have a handout that goes along with this, and the handout explains in more detail why some of the things that are in the diagrams and some of the things that we're going to talk about are important. So tethers can be very demanding. A lot of times you're doing them longer than you would a flight. The weather changes. You have things in addition to think about that you don't have to think about when you're flying, if you get a lot of spectators that are staying around for a long time. And so we're going to go into a lot of those things. So this is a diagram that I actually put this together because there's very little out there on tethering. And what there is, parts of it I don't even agree with. And actually one of the authors of one of the diagrams doesn't agree anymore either. So you need to pay attention to the size of the field. 150 feet by 150 feet is good if you've got a small balloon. If you got a bigger balloon, you might want more room also. So 105 and up, you probably need at least 200 feet. So you ask somebody for 150 feet and they will give you 50 feet. So you really need to go out and look at it ahead of time whenever possible if you're doing a commercial tether, because they typically don't have it set up the way it needs to be. Where are the power lines? Even if you have 150 feet each direction, if there's power lines close by, that's something to take into consideration. You might want some extra room. And like I said, they don't always give you what you need. I went to inspect the field one time and I sent out a paper ahead of time that said, I need this much room, no obstacles, no lines, no poles, no. And I get there and there's a giant power line going through the middle of the field, and one that had the multiple poles, really big ones. So I said, I can't do it here. There's a power line down the middle of it. They said, but the poles are outside of the field. Can't you just go above it? So people just don't understand. So if you're picking your own field, it works a little better sometimes than if someone is picking it for you. You really need to check it out ahead of time. And then wind direction, actual and forecast, and sometimes not even forecast. I once was doing a tether and it was kind of breezy to begin with. But as I was doing this tether and we were up at the top of the lines, We got a horrendous, it must have been close to 40 knot gust that dragged a chase commander. And for those of you who are young and don't know what a chase commander is, it's a motorhome that's converted to put a balloon in the back of it, where normally there's a bedroom. It's got the balloon back there. So it's a motorhome. I dragged the motorhome that I was tied off to 4 feet sideways before the rope broke. And I was really glad I had 3 ropes, because that slung me way out past where my square would be. And I was quite away from power lines. But if I had only had 150 feet and a power line on the downwind side, I would have been in it once that upwind rope broke. So you need to pay attention to those things too. I have in the past seen people holding on to the upwind rope instead of having it tied off. And I also watched someone, when the wind changed, he was holding on to it. He was determined to keep that balloon in place, and it yanked him off his feet and broke his wrist. So you don't want people holding them either. And you will notice that the trucks in this diagram are all tied to the front end. There are multiple reasons for that. The first one is, and most of the diagrams I see, the trucks are backwards. If you tie to the back end of a truck and you get some wind, tethers have a tremendous amount of force. Balloons have a tremendous amount of force. Once you get some wind on them, it's amazing how big of an object they can pull. And I've picked the entire back end of a pickup truck up and dragged it around before. So tie to the heavy end. You can do either a 3-line or a 6-line system. Some people actually use 4 lines. I like 3 just because I don't usually have 4 vehicles, for one thing, or 4 things to tie off to. The tree placement isn't usually right. But there's also a tether system. You can have 6 lines, 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom, or you can have a tether system. And I couldn't find a picture of one, but there's a line that goes from the crown line down to the attachment points at the basket, and another line that goes from that line out in 3 directions. So there's also a tether system that you can use. So where do you tie off? I've seen some pretty scary things here. I've seen people break their baskets by tying off in the wrong places. I've seen uprights leave, uprights in the burn and the envelope leave the basket behind from people tying off where they shouldn't have. So you want to tie off where the envelope and the basket meet, because that's the only part of the balloon that can handle that kind of stress. And you can, this particular one, you can see that it's got 3 lines, and 1 line is tied through 2 carabiners and then going straight out to the downwind attachment point. That's my preference, because if you tie only to 1 corner and you have 3 lines, then if the wind changes, it jerks the basket sideways. And so that's just my preference, but it's not the only way to do it. Don't use top tethers unless you also have bottom tethers. That's one of the lessons I learned a very hard way. $1,500, my dad's cost. My dad was a repairman, and that was his cost. So, and that was 30 something years ago. So probably double that at least. Damage I did to my balloon by using top tethers when I didn't know what I was doing. Some manufacturers have information in the flight manual, so you can also check that for some more information. Unfortunately, a lot of them do not. So you can see if you're tied off here with a bowline. If you're tying to the carabiners, you want to make sure it's on the smooth side, not the side with the gate, because the gate with the side, the side with the gate is a weak part, and it's also abrasive. And you'll notice that the gate on this one is screwing up toward the envelope. That's not the way I normally have it. We were doing a very short demonstration, and it had been turned the other way for our inflation rope to go around it previously. But I also have my gates screwing down because I've had them come unscrewed in flight when they've been turned the other way, and especially on a tether when you get all kinds of extra forces on it. So that isn't actually the way I would normally put the carabiner. Okay, and bowline to the truck is, and I like bowlines because after you've had a tremendous amount of stress on them, you can still loosen them up and get them off. So that's one of the preferred knots for a tether. I also use a daisy chain, and I'll use that at the basket because it's easy to loosen it up. And I got a pretty long daisy chain, you can see. I got a number of loops in it so that it doesn't go anywhere. Because sometimes I jam up a little bit, and it can jam up and you can still pull it out when you need to either turn the balloon or you want to deflate it, which is one of the issues I had when I damaged my balloon. I couldn't tip the basket over. I couldn't let the balloon deflate because I tied off both ends of my rope with bowlines, and one of them was tied to the side of a vehicle, so I couldn't move it, and I couldn't deflate the balloon, and it caused lots of damage to the balloon. So you need to make sure you can deflate it, and this is one way to do it. So you can also see that it's tied off at the envelope, where the envelope attaches, not where the burner attaches. So the upper carabiner. And I learned that one the hard way too. It actually says that in the Cameron manual now. It didn't at the time, but probably I wasn't the only one to do it. But I had attached to the burner frame in a kind of a windy tether, 2 upwind, 1 downwind. And again, I loop one of my ropes through 2 of those carabiners. I had it tied off like that. It was kind of windy. And then I got a gust, and there was a horrendous noise and a jerk that scared me half to death. And I pulled the top out and deflated, and I had actually broken the burner frame because I had it tied to the carabiner that's attached to the burner frame instead of the carabiner that's attached to the envelope. So that's a kind of an important thing also. So here's another picture. You can just see a little better where we have it looping through the 2 carabiners, the upper carabiners that attach to the envelope, and you can see the daisy chain. Any one of those 3 pilots can easily get a hold of it, and they were all 3 pilots. Not always a good idea, but anyway. Any of the 3 pilots could have gotten a hold of that to undo it and release it slowly if necessary. And we tied some of the up ones with bowlines, and some of them, we didn't tie them all with daisy chains because we were doing a demonstration on why we do different things. So I would have had all of them with daisy chains. Okay, you can clearly see here, because it's pretty dark out, that it's got 3 lines and they're in an equilateral triangle. You can also see the crown line is hanging loose, and I do that deliberately because there've been a number of times when the weather has changed very, very quickly, and I've had to deflate in a big hurry. And if the crown line's already loose, the crew can grab it and run with it, and I can be releasing my daisy chain a little bit at a time to tip us over, or have somebody jump in the truck and pull it forward very slowly so that we can deflate right away when we need to. So that's hanging deliberately. This tether, they've done some stylizing with it, but this is an actual photograph of a tether, and he's doing one of the 8 line tethers. So you can't see the 4th line to the top, but he's got 4 lines going to the top. He's got 4 lines where the basket and the envelope connect, and then you can see his drop line hanging down also, so that he can grab it and deflate it in a big hurry if necessary. And then you can see a line hanging down. He's using his drop line to maneuver the balloon around, which is one of the ways to do that. You can move it around when it's still up at the end of the tether ropes. So tethers can be very hard on your equipment, for one thing. The main reason is because you have to have the balloon hotter to keep it stable. And it's not going to be stable when it's going up and down. The only place it's going to be stable on the tether is at the very top. And so you have to get to the top and then heat it up some more to keep it there and keep it stable. So it's hard on your equipment. The lines pulling in all kinds of directions that the balloon wasn't built for is hard on it. You have to also remember you're lifting the weight of the line. So if you've carried the tether line bag around, you know that that's not a light bag. And you want to make sure that you're taking that into account when you're doing your weight calculations. And also when you're climbing, climb slowly, because if you climb really quickly, you're going to hit the top of those lines and you're going to rebound back down and hit the ground. So it also takes you longer to get up just because you have to burn less and more frequently and climb slowly until you get to the top of the tethers, and then give it some extra heat to keep it there. So this person is getting ready to maneuver the balloon around by pulling on the third line that isn't tight yet. So a lot of people will grab it and pull away. Well, if they do that and the wind picks up, I've seen somebody get severe rope burns on their hands because it went all the way through their gloves and into their hand when that rope went through. So you want to try and have them pull it sideways. Then if they have to let go, it's not going to hurt them. And also if you're pulling it away from the basket and you let go, it's a horrendous jerk in the basket, and it will scare your passengers. Well, you too, probably.
Beth, we do have a couple of questions for you at this time.
Okay.
So they're asking about, why do you prefer bow line to other forms of knots, like figure 8 knots, or using the carabiner for attachments as opposed to knots?
I don't generally use carabiners on anything I don't have to, because that's another thing that can break. And a lot of people don't get carabiners that are strong enough. I use bowlines because a figure 8 will tighten up so that you can't get it loose. A bowline, you can loosen up that loop. That's what it's for, so that even after you've had a lot of tension on it, you can get it loose again. And that's why I prefer bowlines, and it's pretty accepted practice for years and years now. It's not something I made up. Okay. Okay, so when you're tethering, a lot of times you're giving passenger rides. So you want to make sure, if you remember the diagram, it had the passengers up on the upwind side and beyond the truck. So they're beyond the attachment points. And you're trying to keep the weight about the same, so that as you're switching passengers, you're getting one in, one out, one in, one out, but you're still trying to keep the weight the same. So maybe you have one really large person, you may have to get a couple people in before that person gets out. Adults would generally go with children. You know, you have to be thinking about how to organize your passengers without overtemping your balloon and causing problems with too big of changes in weight. Your passenger briefing is going to be pretty much the same as it always is. You still need to tell every group that gets in not to hold on to the hoses, you know, where to hold on, all of those things that you normally tell your passengers, as well as making sure how they know how to stand when you touch down, because hopefully it'll be a very soft touchdown, but it's not necessarily if things start to change. And also not to get out until you tell them individually, like you do. I mean, I do that with my passengers when I'm flying too. So the crew briefing, or excuse me, passenger briefing is going to be pretty much the same. So this tether this wasn't a passenger tether. So the people in the middle aren't really passengers, but if this were a passenger flight, that would be a bad example, because the passengers are too far into the field. They would be out in the road. Those are actually crew people. And you want crew people for every line. And so while you're up in the air, they don't necessarily have a lot to do. You can see the 2 people on the lines at the ends, 3 people, I mean, on each of the lines. I would have spaced them out, usually, depending on what's happening with the wind, but I like an equilateral triangle, so that if the wind changes, there's still equal distance between all of the lines, and you're not putting additional stress on one line. But this is a good example of how the triangle is. When you're going up, they've got crowd control. Everybody's going to be back beyond the lines. And you're watching the weather. Sometimes it shifts, sometimes it changes really quickly. And if you're tethering for a really long time, it can be really stressful for the pilot and the crew, because you can't just hang out, especially if the weather's changing quickly. It's a lot of concentration, and sometimes tethering can be way more difficult than flying a balloon is, other than that you're in one spot. Hopefully you're in one spot. But things can change pretty rapidly that can make it pretty difficult. Okay, this is one of the reasons that I use the daisy chain, because when this balloon came down, the wind was picking up rather quickly. By the time we got down on the ground, the only way to deflate it was to either drive the truck forward. I think, if I remember right on this tether, one crew person got to the truck, one of the upwind trucks, quickly enough and pulled it forward really slowly. And on the other one, I let the daisy chain go, but I'm not ever going to release both of my upwind sides so I can tip over, whatever, do that, one at the most, because you still want the balloon to stay there. But as the wind picks up, it becomes more important that you're able to do that. And this doesn't have any top tethers. Top tethers, if you have a scoop, kind of defeat the purpose of it. You can see it's starting to lean. Well, if it leans totally horizontally, it's time to quit anyway. And if you got top tethers, it keeps it from leaning. And so it defeats the purpose of having the scoop, and you actually can't even keep it up in as much wind as you can if you just let it lean. Or if you have a tether system, that will allow it to lean also. But the tether systems are quite expensive, so I don't use them. That's why I didn't have a picture of it. So drop line tethers, I've seen people do some pretty scary things. Please do not ever use a drop line to tether. They're not made for that. They will break. I've seen them break. The drop line is only supposed to be able to, as Tom said, you move it around in light winds. It's not supposed to be a break. So the amount of stress it can put on a drop line if you're doing a tether for PR reasons, let's say you land in a farmer's field and you want to give rides. Well, if you ever plan to do that, carry tether lines with you, because this is just not safe. You put a couple farmers' kids in there and it breaks, and you're in the trees with their kids and hurting them, it totally defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do to begin with. So please, please, please do not do this. I've seen awfully scary things, and I've seen people get hurt. So glows are obviously a static display in the dark. So just because it's dark, it changes things considerably. I've done a lot of static displays also, but glows are still different. So we have to take additional equipment into account. We have to sometimes brief our crew differently, passengers. Well, I don't really have passengers, but I have weight. Making sure since you're staying in one place, that you can stand up and lay down without issues. There's a lot more issues just because it's dark. So what's different? Well, one of the things is that it's harder to see everything, including the lines. And so I mark my lines. So the photo on the right shows a blanket over the line. The other line, there's another line on the other side, 2 tie-offs, also has a line. You can see the picture on the right has lights. I've seen people with strings of lights. There are a number of ways to mark them, but you need to make sure they're visible when the spectators aren't paying any attention to those things and it's dark to begin with. So they really, really do need to be marked. And then crowd control is a critical thing. Now, this wasn't a glow, but it was a static, and crowd control became a critical thing, because look at all those people. You really have to make sure that you're keeping your lines clear, that you have room to deflate right away. I had enough crew, I could keep people off the tarp. I had enough crew to keep them away from all the lines. I didn't just have one per line. I had a bunch of people doing crowd control. So what is some of the additional equipment you might need? Well, true crown lines. Tom was talking about that also. It keeps your balloon a lot more stable, especially when you're not trying to go anywhere. That second crown line isn't in the way, which it could be if you're flying, depending on how you tie it off. But especially as it gets windier, having two crown lines makes a huge difference. We did a glow last night that the two of us who had double crown lines weren't moving. And one guy who didn't have anybody on his crown lines was rocking, and a couple others that were, I mean, he was rocking quite a bit. And a couple of them that had one person on the crown line were moving way more than the two of us that had double crown lines. When I'm doing a stand-up of any kind, a static or a glow, I never just have one tie-off point. People that have been to Fiesta for a number of years remember Uncle Sam breaking loose. He only had one tie-off. Hasn't done that since. So two tie-offs. A few years ago, we were doing well, I wasn't even out there. I was supposed to be, but I had somebody else do it. So Don was out there doing a tether for Wells Fargo when they got some horrendous winds coming across out of the south around the side of the mountain. And if he hadn't had two tie-offs, he would have been in the power lines on the east side of the Fiesta field. So two tie-offs in case one breaks. Attachment points, again, same places. Since it's dark, if there aren't going to be any lights, you really need headlamps. People are tripping all over things. They're stomping all over your balloon if they don't have lamps. Again, mark the lines. Whistles, you can, if you whistle, your crew knows the balloon's coming down now, even if you haven't had a chance to talk to them. So you can communicate with your crew by whistles, even if they can't hear you otherwise. We did a coordinated glow last night. We had radio, so we knew when to burn. Sometimes, as Tom said, you can use a radio just to talk to your crew when necessary. You need your temperature gauge. Well, you have to have it in there anyway. You have to have all the required instruments on a glow or a static or a tether, as same as you would for a flight. But you need to be paying attention to your temperature gauge because it's really easy to overtemp your balloon when you're doing a glow because you can't see it without purposely looking at it. And lots of cards. I neglected to tell my crew where the cards were. I had some newer people and they didn't know where the cards were. So we had to have an experienced person go over and show them where the cards were because there were kids looking for them last night, even though we didn't have a lot of spectators, and they were pretty spread out, but several of them came over and asked for cards. So bring lots of cards. Okay, this one's a little bit different. Rather than having two ropes, two separate ropes, I've got one on the quick release. And this was not a glow. There was still the possibility that I was going to take off. And so I left one on the quick release. But most quick releases, I wouldn't even do that. I've broken just about every quick release that exists except for this Bonanno and the figure 8 type that ride balloons use. I haven't broken any of those, and I don't think they have either. But most of the other types of quick releases I have broken, sometimes multiple times before. I said, forget it, I'm spending the money on a Bonanno, or I just went to ropes and no moving parts of any sort. So we do have two tie-offs. The quick release is maybe not a great idea if you don't plan to go anywhere because they can break, especially if you don't have one that I'm pretty sure won't break. We also had two crown lines. You can see here there's two crown lines for this glow. And so they're tied off with two ropes at the basket, which are marked, and the two crown lines, and you can see they go out at an angle. When the wind starts to pick up a little bit, that keeps it a lot more stable than going straight out from the balloon. So two crown lines can keep your balloon a lot more stable than if you only have one. So one of the ways I make sure that, or I try to make sure, it's not a guarantee, but I try to make sure that we're not going to go anywhere, we're not going to leave the ground in a glow, is I put as many people in the basket as I can so that I have more than the maximum amount of weight I can carry under those conditions. Your chart and your logbook, or not your logbook, your flight manual tells you how to do that. So do the Quad A calculators. I put more in there than I can carry because I don't want that balloon to leave the ground. And they're also briefed very, very thoroughly on what to do if the lines break, what to do if we do end up flying or the wind picks up, they're dropping down in the basket, all their body parts inside like you would for a high wind landing. And they know that when they get in. But that's one of the ways to help keep your balloon from leaving the ground when you don't want it to on a static display or a glow. So laying down and packing up in the dark can be very tricky. Again, sometimes you have to take it down in a big hurry, but whenever possible, you want the word spread to all your crew so they all know what's going on. A whistle will do that. And they should know what their functions are ahead of time. Again, headlamps if there's no lights out there, because otherwise your crew will be tripping. The area cleared, so people still staying away from the tie-offs in case you have to move the vehicle forward. People away from the crown lines so they can pull it. The sides cleared, and of course underneath where you're going to deflate. Making sure you can tip the basket over, not open. And then making sure there's people along the crown line because people can't see again. And one of the balloons I have has a black crown line. It's really hard to see as you're deflating. You want to make sure that there's people, the crew clearing people out of the way, and then making sure there's people staying on the sides of the balloon when you're trying to pack up. Because I have had so much damage from people dropping cigarettes on it and melting holes in it and walking right across it and tripping because they're looking somewhere else and never noticed. So keeping all the spectators and other people clear while you're deflating and packing up. So balloons are made to free fly. They're not really made to be tied down for statics and glows and tethers. So there's a lot of extra stress on the balloon when you tether. And so you need to know that your balloon could possibly wear out sooner if you do lots of tethers. It's a whole lot harder on the equipment, get more damage. It's harder on the people if it's windy. Tethers frequently are either really boring because it's totally calm, or especially if you aren't doing passenger rides, or they're extremely difficult because it's windy and there's so many more things to pay attention to. Glows, when you're packing up in the dark, that's when I've had more damage than any other time, other than landing in fields of, weeds and trees and things that you're not supposed to hit to begin with. So making sure you're paying attention to safety precautions and planning ahead of time are really critical when you're doing tethers and glows. Thank you.
I'm not able to start my video. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Thank you very much, Beth. We do have a couple of questions for you. You did, going back to tethers, you talked about top tethers and tether systems. Are they the same thing or are they different things?
They're different things. They're different things. The top tethers are just lines, just like at the bottom. There's 3 lines tied at the top of your crown line going down to the ground, with the additional 3 lines coming from your basket envelope interface down to the ground. Whereas a tether system goes like this. If my head were the envelope, they start at the crown line and they go down to the basket with an additional line coming off each side that slides up and down on that rope, which actually can be an issue too. I saw one of those break. You got to maintain them well, because with a rope, with a D-ring sliding up and down, it can abrade the ropes. And I saw one break and ching. So you don't want that either. If you've got one of those tether systems, you have to maintain it well, but they're not the same thing. And the 6 lines is a whole lot more trouble.
So could you also address more the purpose of the crew members at the tether line? So you have a tether line tied to each vehicle and you have a crew member there. What's their purpose? What are they supposed to be doing?
Well, I have multiple crew members. So I have some crew members that all they're doing is crowd control and watching everything. I got one person I call a floater. They're just walking around watching everything. So there's not just the 3 at the lines. You really need more than that. You need, if you're doing rides, you need one person exclusively to handle the passengers. You need someone that's watching everything, especially if there's going to be a lot of people walking around. But the 3 on the lines have multiple purposes. One of them is to make sure nobody walks over the line. So if somebody does walk toward them, they can lift up the line and say, please don't go over that line. You know, can catch you and trip you. You need to go underneath. They're also they can move the balloon around by pulling the rope sideways, one way or the other, to position the basket where you want it to. Because even though you're tied down, the basket doesn't stay in one place. It can move around in usually a 4 to 5 foot area in any direction, depending on how tightly you've got the lines tied to the trucks. The more slack, the higher you can go, but the more slack you have in your lines, the more the balloon moves around, and the more likely you are to hit your downwind truck when you deflate. So I keep them fairly taut, but not so tight you can barely tie off. And so since it moves around, those crew people can also move the balloon around by pulling the line sideways. Preferably, you've got a couple more people that can put weight on the balloon when you come down to switch passengers. And if not, those same 3 people are going to be putting weight on the balloon, because you don't vent if you can help it. It wastes fuel, and you're usually doing tethers for a long time. So you just come down, they put weight on, then you've got the 1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out. And then you barely have to burn to take off again when they let go. But if they're putting weight on the basket and somebody starts walking toward the lines, that can be an issue if you don't have enough people to keep people from walking over the lines. Actually had that happen once. It was pretty scary. We didn't have as many people as I would have liked. And when I worked for World Balloon for quite a while with Sid Cutter, and we traveled a lot, and we always sent out 2 pilots and we'd switch off. One would fly, one would crew, and we'd switch back and forth. And I was on the ground this time, and the wind was starting to pick up, and I ran over to put weight on the basket. And there was a guy with a baby walking toward the line, and I'm yelling at him, don't go over that line, don't go over that line. But there wasn't anybody to keep him from going over the line. So he's going, what? And as he put one leg over it, we got a big gust, the balloon lifted up off the ground, and now he's hopping on 1 foot, trying not to fall down and crush the baby. Almost gave me a heart attack. So the more people, the better. We just didn't have everybody necessary on that one, and there were too many people walking around. It was one of my least favorite tethers, where we learned, you know, if we don't have enough people and we can't rope it off, and we don't have, it's not safe. And that wasn't safe. And he luckily did not fall down and crush the baby. I hope that answers. It was kind of a long answer.
But very helpful to understand what each crew member's responsibilities are. And then the last question we have is the tie-off lines. You did discuss that you tie them to 2 different vehicles. Do you also tie them to 2 different locations on the balloon? And how do you do that?
I tied them to 3 different locations on the balloon.
This is your tie-off lines, not your tether lines.
Tie-off lines. I would if I could, but usually there isn't anywhere else to tie them off to. You could tie one to one corner and one to the other corner, but I like it's just my personal preference. I loop them both through both carabiners, but it's a personal preference. You can do it either way.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Beth. Very informative. We don't have any more questions for you right now. So again, I'd like to remind people that we have provided a link to everybody for all of these presentations. So if you're a registered participant, you should also have a separate email providing a link. Multiple people are asking where can you get the presentations? And then we also provided what we're calling the handout or the white paper where Beth has actually written out how to appropriately conduct a safe tether. Her evaluation form is up on your screen right now, so please take the time to fill that out. And as you're filling out Tethers and Glows, we're pleased to introduce our final speaker. We have Ron Lessoway, who's going to be talking to us about the miracle on the mountain. Hello, Ron.
Hello, Peg.
So we are so pleased to have Ron with us literally, and at the end of his talk, you'll have a full appreciation about why I'm saying it that way. Ron Lessoway is the principal owner of Willway Ventures Corporation in Calgary, Canada, and he is a consulting facilitator for logistics and finance. Ron has served as the president and chair of the Grand Prairie Hot Air Balloon Events Association for 5 years, hosting the Canadian Hot Air Balloon Championship and a North American Challenge Cup. Ron has over 1,000 hours in a hot air balloon and has flown numerous special shapes and commercial passengers. He also possesses a private fixed wing license. Ron is coming to us today from the United Kingdom, and he will also have 2 crew members joining us that he will introduce. With that, Ron Lessoway, take it away.
Hey, thank you. Sorry, I've got to get my screen shared up here. Apologize for this. I'm missing something here, Peg, am I not? Okay, Peg, I'm going to use your hand here to get this on virtual that you told me I need to set before I...
Yeah, unshare. Ron, go ahead and unshare it.
Unshare, okay. I'm technically challenged. Sorry about this, folks.
Then when you click the share, before you click the word share, be sure and check the optimized video.
Okay. There you are. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you know, I think this is the 4th safety seminar that I've participated in with various clubs out of the US. And every time before I get up to speak or have the opportunity to speak, I don't know if it scares the crap out of me or excites me just right out of the world, because it is absolutely interesting, intriguing, and enjoyable to hear the speakers. And today was no exception. I know that someone much smarter than me, and there's a few of them, I'm sure, or a lot, tell us that we hear 25% of what the speakers say. You'll only remember 10% of it. So I hope that you've gotten value out of your 10% with the people that we talked with today and shared the time with today. Some of you may have seen my video in advance, Miracle on the Mountain, and we're going to have the opportunity to show it to you again and have a discussion on it. What I'd like to do today, first of all, is I'll have a simple introduction of myself and the 2 fellows that were with me. We're going to view the video, and then we're going to have what I'd like to see as an open discussion. I'm ready to have any questions that you may pose to Peg to get the answers. Some of it I may be answering later on, but once we do that, we'll move on to kind of demonstrate what I call the miracles or the tools that we use that day. And then we'll have some closing comments. So if you're okay with that, I will proceed. So I think most of us, not necessarily only when we become pilots and getting up in the morning, there's three things that we like to have with us. One is skill, and the skill is something that we get from our training, and whether it's in our chosen career or as a balloon pilot, but it's also through life experiences that we've had to engage some of those taught skills. Luck, well, luck, of course, my definition is planning and preparation, meeting opportunity. So that's using the skills with hope and expectations. And then miracle, well, you know, if the other two aren't working, you got to go for what you can get. So again, my name is Ron Lessoway. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a balloonist, and by definition, both of those are what we refer to as risk takers. Peg mentioned I was a fixed wing pilot, also a balloon pilot, small business owner, consulting facilitator, whatever the hell that means, pardon my Canadian. I'm often referred to as an insulting facilitator. Certified coach, got my teeth cut in that herd by hosting those balloon championships in Grand Prairie. Anybody that has dealt with pilots, trying to organize them, we know what that's all about. There's a video, Herding Cats. Take a look. I'm sure you'll probably learn something. So there are two fellows that are with me today. I'll just introduce them, but I'm not going to ask them to speak up until we get to the video. Brian Duke. Brian is a pilot. He was a second pilot in the balloon. I don't believe he had flown for a few years before that. He's currently an IT on a hospital IT team. And then Roger is a simulation technologist. And my quick understanding of that is that he teaches people in traumatic situations how to use the tools that they have. So, okay, what do we do? And we've had some speakers here today talk about preparing for your flight. The flight that we had that day is no different than any other flight that you would plan for. You have the regulations, you've got your safety, you got your weather, you got your chase vehicle, all the options that you have to have around it, everything. Now, flying out of the mountains, there's some added checks that you have to have and you should have. And that's part of the training and experience that we share with everybody. There's documents, there's books. You can go to your flight training manuals and all of that's there. I just noted here, I watched this video the other day, very good. And if you have the opportunity, it says you have a checklist, and some of the speakers today mentioned checklists and lists of should do what we want. And if you don't have one, do it. Just do it. You absolutely need a checklist, because you can't think of every little thing. As much you've been doing it for years and years and years, you're going to miss something. And that's all you have to do is miss something. So what they say, number one, don't sweat the small stuff, but take care of it, because it's all small stuff until it's not. Trust me, we know that. Been there, done that. So the little things, once again, are the things that aren't in front of you. They're the things that are off on your peripheral. So you're looking at something, but not directly. You're aware of it. You know it's there. You hear it. And I think one of the gentlemen earlier spoke, you can hear the change in pitch in your burner when your fuel is low. As a fixed wing pilot, you can hear the change in pitch in your engine if something's wrong with it. And you're taught, if you hear something, there's a reason for you to act and check it. And that's what happened with us here today. It seems like today, but it was a while ago. Trust me, you never forget a day like that. So that's the balloon. It was on the first slide. Happy face. That was absolutely an incredible balloon. Loved it. Just absolutely loved it. And I chose to call this Miracle on the Mountain because, first of all, a skill on the hill didn't sound all that great. And then Lucky in the Mountain, that's a different story. We won't go there. So Miracle it is. And Peg had referred to it Miracle in the Sky when we first started talking, and absolutely, it was a miracle in the sky. So we're going to show you the video, but I'm sure you're going to have questions about things, and we're going to try and see if we can explain to you the cause of what happened, why it happened. And I think that's part of our objective today, because no one, trust me, I don't want anyone to have that experience again. You know, there are no coincidences, and there's things happen for a reason, and we need to know it. We've been flying in this region since before the 88 Olympics. The 88 Olympics were held on the ski hill from which we launched. So this here is, you'll see the balloon, the video is going to start. This is a ski hill. Our launch site was right in here. So let's tell me to be quiet, and let's watch this. You know, half the fun of doing this presentation is watching the people in the room, and I'm missing that right now. I really wish I could watch you folks that have seen this for the first time, and even if you've seen this before. Excuse me. Can you imagine being the person that has to or gets to record this? I don't know if I'd rather have been in that balloon recording this or in the balloon that we were in, because think about it. What was going on in their minds, and they could not do a thing about it. There were people on the ground, you'll see some pictures, could not do a thing about it. We had the good luck and the good fortune of being in a group together and we worked well together. So Peg, if you've got any questions that anyone may have around this, I'm going to ask Brian and Roger to make their comments as to what was their initial impact, thought, feeling, and then I'll say a little bit, and then we'll have any question and answers specifically around the incident. So if you're okay with that?
There's just a couple of quick questions that folks had relative to the video. One was, what size of envelope is this? And do you know what your max descent rate was?
Okay, it was a Cameron 180, so that's 20 gores. The maximum estimated, because I don't think anyone stopped to check the gauges, but based on time that we were going down, was just over 1,100 feet per minute.
And your altitude above ground when the failure
the altitude
occurred?
That we launched, yeah, okay. The altitude that we launched at, and I'll show you maps on this shortly, was about 4,600 feet. And the top of the mountain peak by the ski hill was 9,500, and we had just crossed that.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
Okay, thanks, Meg. Okay, so, whoops. We don't want to watch that again, do we? There you are. So, the fun that we started out with, and there's an expression, I'm sure you've all heard it, the trouble with trouble is it usually starts out as fun. And what I'm going to ask before we hear or go on is if you could open up the floor for Brian maybe first, and then we'll get Roger to
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Juke. I'm an experienced balloon pilot. I started flying in the late 70s. Can everybody hear me?
version of
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Brian.
Okay. So from my perspective, as a balloon pilot, and it had been several years since I'd been in a hot air balloon, my thoughts on the emergency when we saw the side of the balloon torn out was the balloon immediately started to lose its pressure. So having Ron keep the balloon very hot at all times on the descent, so not losing your head when the situation happened is very essential. Myself and Roger started throwing tanks out at that time as well. So there's another thing, always carry a pocket knife with you to cut the straps. But it probably was the longest 8 minutes that a person could ever experience in a hot air balloon. I'm very thankful that the wind changed at about 100 feet off the deck and it pushed us into the trees. So got a great love for trees because the trees broke our fall. And that's about all I've got to say.
Thanks, Brian. Roger? Peggy,
Hello.
Hi.
Here we are. Hello, yeah, so my initial impact, I was taking a video of the beautiful scenery below us, and there was this odd shudder, which I've never felt in the 100+ times I've been up in the balloon. And it just caused me to look up, and all I saw was blue sky, which didn't seem right to me. And my first reaction was I just said a prayer, and then I just turned, and Ron was starting to suggest things that we do. And we just got focused on working to get down safely. That's it for me.
Thanks, Roger. So, here's my story. We were planning this flight for some time, and the balloon that we were in had been up in that. I'd been up, not as a pilot, but as a passenger in it a number of years before. Some of the fellows actually that were in the balloon that recorded this had flown out of that district since '88, which was, as I said, the year of the Winter Olympics in Canada. And you do everything right. I mean, you really don't want to take any chances when you're doing that. You do the weather, you do the equipment, you do the team. You've got your checklist. As a fixed wing pilot, I had a written checklist. This year we had certain written, and both the pilots, pardon me, both Roger and Brian and the third party that was with us at that time in the envelope, Roger and the other party, Joel, they'd been crew members of mine for 12, 15 years. So just a note, you don't want to take novice people with you on a experience like that. So as we're doing our inflation, everybody's doing their thing, we're inflated it. The other balloon that was up was the first to launch. So they left it off, and we had known that there were 2 transition zones. Now we often refer to them as wind shears, but when you're talking to the public, you don't want to say that because you scare the out of them. You say there's a transition zone, we call change the directions, and we had planned our flight, and I'll demonstrate as we go through here later on today what we knew and what our plans were. So we knew we had 2 transition flights, one to take us down the valley and the other to take us over top of the other range. And did we lose my screen share? Okay.
Yes, you just need to start it again, just right from where you were.
Okay, just wanted to. So what happened that day? We were lifting off, and I saw the first balloon enter the transition zone, and so I kind of knew where it was. We had done pie balls; we knew where it was. And as we lifted, and we entered that transition zone, we all know that it gives the envelope a push. You lose some of the air, you lose some of your lift. So what do? You burn. So I did my burn, and almost at the moment I finished my burn, I felt something. And I looked up, and the envelope was off to the side. I was looking up the side of the envelope. Now that's not a very happy sight, but you know, you're a pilot, you deal with it. A lot more air was squeezed out of it that time. So now we've got a ball of heat going up, and we've got a much less of an air volume. And so now it's a bit of a streamer. Off to one side, you go down, and it swings to the other side. You continue, and it swings back. You ever take a water balloon and bounce it back and forth in your hand? It's going to burst. Okay. Well, when it went back on the second rotation, that was when, as Roger mentioned, he felt a shake, a vibration. And I'm not sure if, in my mind, I said to everybody, next thing I knew, when I looked up, I could see the blue sky. Now that wasn't off to the side, that was through the inside of the envelope. So we had that hole, and you saw it. It was pretty huge. I think it was 3 gores wide, and it went from about a third or a quarter at the top to about the same at the bottom. So there's substantial damage in there. So my next thought, what would your next thought be? I mean, besides holy crap. Next thing I saw the parachute coming out. Now we know that's a more serious problem than we have with a hole in the side, because we know what the parachute's for, the valve, as many people refer to it. My almost immediate concern was that, and so what do? You take and you try to center it, and you turn the heat on, and you put it in. And so that's what I did. It worked. I took the other burner and I feathered it. Because at that point, why I was thinking what I was, obviously, is if I put full pressure I may be able to fill it all up, but I may also tear it. So I was really concerned about that. And so you would inflate it, and then of course you got a hole in the side. So out it goes. Parachute comes down. Crap. Inflate it again. Put it in place. It deflates. Now, as we're doing that, it's like a large turning vent. So we're rotating. I'm looking, I see the mountain, I see the valley. I see the mountain, I see the valley. I see the mountain, I see the valley. I see the mountain, and it's right there. Now, the Roger and Joel were working, if you don't have a knife, make sure you carry one with you. They are really quick. Okay, I think I've got an unstable connection. Okay, hopefully I'm back. I apologize, I seem to have an unstable connection here. Indicates to me every once in a while. When do you throw the tanks out? I would buy anybody that could tell me the exact moment of beer. Of course, you'd have to come over here to England, but I'd buy your beer. You don't know. I don't know. You don't. Do you practice it? I mean, why would you throw a perfectly good tank of fuel out of a basket? I wouldn't. First of all, you know you're going to damage the tank. Secondly is, even if you're out in the countryside, you may never find it again. So we need to think about that. And what would you use to train in that? Do you train throwing stuff out, but you can't throw stuff out? So a thought that I had is if you get a water bladder based on a weight and a volume, and then use that to do an estimate. Because we didn't know. When we saw that mountainside and I said, throw the tanks out, Roger, Brian, I don't think either one of you, I certainly don't know the effect it had on us. It was just done. And if nothing else, I tell people, all of the things that we were doing on the way down, untying the tanks or cutting the tanks and checking the fuel and what these, you know what it did? It kept everybody busy. Me thinking about what to do, them doing it. And that was a tremendous help, I think, because if we'd have just, any one of them had nothing to do, can you imagine being that person? You're almost like the person in the balloon that was videoing this. I know Brian, when it first happened, Roger stated that the first thought is that's not supposed to be happening. And you know, you're right, it's not. So there's a lot of things that I'm just going to start the sharing back up. I think. Something wrong again, didn't I?
It was there, and you don't need that
Okay,
checkbox this time.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the technology that I don't have is tremendous. I am a better pilot than I am a technician, IT guy. Of course, that doesn't have to be very good. Okay, so there we are. We started out having a lot of fun. We ended up having a lot of trouble. But you know what trouble is? It's a problem. It's a chance for you to do your best. And I think Roger, Brian, Joe, all of us, we did absolutely, we came and rose to the occasion in the event. We just had an opportunity to improve our thoughts. And trust me, I think we're all closer friends today than we were as a result of it. This here is the mountain range that we had. So this site is our launch site. This is where we ended up and we landed. This is the mountain range with the ski hill that was about 9,500 square feet above sea level at the peak. This mountain range here is at 9,500. So our task, our challenge was to get the wind that was going to take us down this way and then get us over top. Well, we made it part of the way. This Calgary is about 60 miles. The distance from here to getting clear to a safe and comfortable landing site is anywhere from 15 to 20 miles. So that's one of Brian's pictures from our view at the launch period, and that's the approximate site that we landed in, and the launch site was down here. So no, that's not Brian's picture, but just let me back up here. This valley here was significant. Brian mentioned something about the change in wind. So as we were coming down and heading for this mountain point, the wind from this point took us away from that mountainside. And I've got a flight tracker and I'll show you. Nakiska Ski Hill. So that's about 3.5 miles. So there's a flight tracker. See up here that this is an old tracker, so don't, you new technology guys, don't, I'm sure you're smiling. So our launch site, I didn't turn the tracker on until I was up a couple of hundred feet, but that whole flight was what, 8-9 minutes? And we came down at that angle. This point here, I'm going to enlarge next, and you're going to see the change in direction. But that was our flight from about 3,000 feet above ground to there. So that is a very sharp angle. The wind was powerful enough to take and blow us away from that mountain. Had we hit that mountain side, we'd hit high enough that we could have hit, started sliding down and rolled. So this is the miracle part, okay? Because I'm a good pilot, but I'm, you know, and I did a lot of planning, but this is where the luck came in. No video when you can see where the top pulled out, and that's where I pulled it out. The reason being is down here, if you don't recall, there were power lines. And I saw the power lines, and we know what to do when we see power lines. This little scuttlebutt here is, well, we're on the ground for a minute, and I think we were kissing it and carrying the tracker around with us. So that's the flight path. So just 3.5, and you don't see that there's the mountain, the range. You know, it's hard to say. So this is the basket, and we had 3 15-gallon and 3 10, and then this here was a slave tank, which we use for inflation, and I'm sure some of you do, or if you don't. That's the balloon that was up ahead of us, and they are the fellows that did the, you may recognize that, some of you may. This is what we looked like on the ground after the flight. Now, the second part of this is, can you imagine someone on the ground all day? This is almost scripted, but I don't think we're going to try to unstable spot here. Just okay. Sorry if that interference with my connection here. The UK and the hotel I'm at may not be the best. We thought it was good. Any questions up to this point? Peg, anything showing up you want to inject? Nope.
Yes, I do actually have a couple of questions, and people are anxious to understand the details. And so if you're going to get to this later, feel free to say you're going to address this. But they're anxious to know really what caused the fabric to fail. Where did the failure initiate? How many hours were on the balloon? When was it manufactured? We're anxious, we're engineers,
Okay.
We want to know the details.
Oh, good question. Questions. The balloon had a hyperlast top replaced less than 250 hours ago. The total hours on the balloon were somewhere around 500. The tear, interesting enough, the turning vents were on this side but did not, I don't believe, Brian, you may correct me if you recall, or Roger, they did not tear. There was it blew. If you take a look at a movie and you see the windows blowing out, that's what this looked like. There were, and if you recall the video, there was fragments of fabric flapping in the air, and the pull strength after the top end, I think we were 52 or 54 down below, because the bottom third, the top third was replaced, the mid third was not hyperlast, but it was replaced, and the bottom I don't believe was replaced, and it had, I think it was a 32, 34 pound pull on it. So it wasn't due to poor fabric, it was due to just power. I mean, the power of what that heat ball being swung back and forth like a water balloon, it was just explosive, just absolutely explosive. Does that answer the question?
So do you mean it was the power of the wind shear and the differential temperature?
No, it was when the wind shear hit us, it did push the envelope to one side. Okay, so that in itself was not enough to cause the tear. What caused the tear was the amount of air that had squeezed out of it relative to the amount of heat I had put in just prior to a hit. So you know that when it hits like that, you're going to lose a lot of cold air. So all you've got left is hot air. And that hot air has got a lot of power. And it's streamered with that at the top. And so it's like grabbing and flipping it back and forth. And it breaks. It just blew out the side.
Fascinating.
Oh, should have been there. Yeah.
No, thank you.
So
all right,
I
continue
watched
on.
Okay, and I watched Sully one day a year or so shortly after it came out, and so you have to ask yourself, first of all, isn't that an incredibly good, interesting picture of that? I mean, that in itself would kind of cause you to want to go change your shorts. So what would Sully do? Bob Hoover. We all listen to him. We're pilots. We do our job. Make sense? We're there to fly the balloon, and the minute we stop, we know we're in trouble. And it's not what happens. It's what you do when it happens. So in our training and our planning, I recall, I think when I first got my license, I saw a fellow in a crowded event of other balloons. Someone went up the side, kind of little sliced how much of his envelope, I don't know. He knew he had to land, so he landed. That left a very large impact on me. And so then what you do is you start saying, what if? You don't want to end up on the couch, but you do want to be prepared for it. And that's what we did, because you hope for the best. I mean, we're pilots, I know pilots, and if you're hiding, cringing in the corner, you know you've done crazy shit, and thank God we're still here, able to share our stories, and particularly this opportunity for us to share this with you, and some of the things that we're going to be talking about. If it just helps one person get through a situation, you know, I'm glad to have made it through there. So I was asked to speak in Denver, and shortly after that, you know, things happen for a reason. This T-shirt showed up somewhere, and I don't carry a power drill with me, but we know that we have a toolkit in our bag, and that was the knife. I actually had bought that knife shortly after I saw that incident in the balloon where the fellow sliced the side and he landed. I have no idea why. I knew I had to have a knife. Not thinking about why. Of course, I believe most, if not all of you, carry knives as pilots. If you don't, you should. How do you get your tanks out if this happens? Now, if you've got one of those ones that are all connected, you might have a little bit more of a problem, but you got to cut them. You got to go throw them. So what are the tools that we had? Well, I identified 7 tools, but if you want to add the horseshoe that we had 8. And trust me, we had that horseshoe with us. Number 1, our team. You know, who is your team when you're doing a flight? You know, in this incident, I had 3 experienced people that had been with me, and they, without question, instinctively did what they knew they had to do or what I asked them to do, and they did it without question or hesitation. I hope you've got team members that are like that, because if you don't, spend more time with them. We had a speaker, and this has been at each seminar I've spoken at, where they talk about crew. And your crew are so important, whether you're flying or tethering, or if you're going to and from a launch site. We used to have a meet and greet spot with our passengers, and then we'd take them to the launch field. So now your passengers are actually part of your team. And if you wait till you're in the envelope or in the balloon in the flight to get the feel of who they are and how they would react. I used to, and Roger can attest to this, he was with me many times, I'd turn around and say, okay, is there any questions from anyone? Of course, you know, everybody sits there and looks at you because you're the guy or girl or person. And nobody would say anything. And I'd say, okay, I'm going to start answering the questions. And I'd say, first question, tomorrow will be my second day. Of course, now you're going to be able to read the people and say, okay, I better pay attention, spend more time with them. Because these people are looking to you and they have no idea. It's a lifetime experience for them. And so you've got to be able to read them before they get to the field so that you can give them proper instructions, what to do, when to do, and how to do it. When you get to the field, you know your crew has got their job. They're doing all the little things that we've worked together on. Now, if you don't have experienced crew, you've got to make sure as the pilot, or you have a chief crew that makes sure they do their job. What's the K here? And part of the instructions, if you sit by one of the exits, on a commercial airline, you know that you are actually becoming part of the crew. And they ask you, do you have the skill set, capability? Are you comfortable dealing with what we need you to deal with? Do you ask your passengers that? Do you ask your passengers, would you notify or would you notice a leak if there's a fuel leak? Do you know what it looks like? Do you show them that? Do you show them about the drop line, how all of that works? Do you show them about the tanks, how they get turned on, how you switch them, depends on what system you have. You may need one of them. Thank God I had 3 of them, but you may need one of them to say, I got it. You may just have to say, change that fuel, turn the valve, do this. I think we need to share some of the stories that with them about not our concerns, but our training. We're trained to do this, we're trained to do that with you. Does that make sense? Okay. So there's no such thing as a self-made man, trust me. If those other gentlemen were not with me, you probably wouldn't even know about me today. So it only happened the grace of the help and the boys that we had with us. So when I was asked to speak in Denver first, of course, thank God for Google, I went looking for information. I'd never seen this book. And I think I've seen it now at every session I've spoken at. And of course, today I'm not seeing it because there's no one in the room here with me. And take a look at that book. Trust me, there will be a test. And I hope it's not the same sort of test that we had. And I hope that this is you or the pilots that you're training, because you really have to have that mindset and the ability to just look at and understand. So this book talks about aeronautical decision making. There's a systematic approach to mental process used by pilots to consistently determine the best course of action in response to a given set of circumstances. Okay. The ADM provides a structure to analyze changes that occur during the flight and determine how these changes might affect the flight's safe outcome. The process includes identifying personal attitudes. You do that with your crew. You do that with your passengers. You have to identify hazardness to the flight. You need to learn to cope and recognize stress points. If you've got a passenger that's stressed, you can tell before he's even in the basket. He's likely the person that is the most talkative among the group of people that he's with. And I used to play with that. And I mean, there's stories, I'm sure you all had them. But if you can break that stress and put it into a certain level of comfort, that's a skill that you have to acquire, that you should acquire. So you got to develop your assessment skills, evaluate the effectiveness of your skills. We need to visualize the lesson. So the things that you're taught, you need to visualize. I had a teacher, I took French, one of the requirements in Canadian schools, more so now than when I was younger. And you talked about aging pilots, I fit that one. But my teacher used to say, are you dreaming in French yet? And if you said no, he says, then you're not learning the damn lesson. So when you're dreaming about your training and or training people or about just your flying, that's when we know that you're learning. And the flying handbook can teach you the theory, but you need to have the practice out in the field. I think it speaks for itself. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. That's how you motivate and get people through the process. This is a good one. I've never had a pilot or a student pilot or anybody in the basket that's had an attitude. Everybody is, you know, nobody has ever said to me, don't tell me what to do. We had a pilot training one time that his whole world was set up, this is what he was going to do. And we were actually concerned and nobody wanted to teach him how to fly. Okay. The type of guy that wants to do something quick. He wants to get his license. He's going to set up a business. He's going to take everybody out and he's going to make $1 million. If there's any $1 million people out there and you're a pilot, you started with $1 million and it's going to go the other way. Because I know it's not a high $1 million deal. It's a play. It's a heartfelt journey. We just love to do it. Okay. And the attitude that it'll never happen to me, well, I don't think I ever had that attitude. I was prepared for that. I never said I could do it. Did we take foolish chances? I don't think we took a foolish chance on that hill because we were calculated. As a matter of fact, Transport Canada was called in from the parks personnel because we landed in a provincial, which is similar to a state park, which we were not supposed to be in. But you know, when you have something like that, you don't pick your places. And they complained, and Transport Canada, who had done a review on our flight, had to do a formal investigation, and they came back and said, you guys did everything absolutely, they put it in writing, you guys did everything absolutely perfect. Congratulations for the outcome. So we know we can make a difference. We have to have the attitude. And if we've got somebody in the industry that does not have the attitude, not only because he's over 65, you better tell him. You better talk to him. And you do not want to be in the room with him.
Ron, may I interrupt you there and ask a couple of questions around this area?
Please do.
It's a good time.
Please do.
Going back to a little bit about, you know, what caused the fabric to tear. You mentioned that you had changed some of the fabric. Was it Cameron fabric, you know, factory fabric, or was it aftermarket fabric?
It was factory. It had gone back to Cameron, US.
And do you recall whether or not the tear occurred at a seam or it just absolutely blew out through the fabric?
It just blew out through the fabric.
Wow.
Yes.
And then can you share a little bit about the rescue process? You're talking about a little bit, you landed where you weren't supposed to. It was a PZ, right? But can you share a little bit about what the rescue process was like and that experience?
That in itself. We, of course, everyone was fine. And we were the only ones that knew that for sure. The crew members were on the highway, and you may have seen that close to where we were. And they could see the envelope in the trees. And I was talking to them on the phone. And one of the park rangers, warden type, and the RCMP, the Canadian Mounted Police, pulled up beside him and said, "Are you with that balloon?" And of course they are. And I'm talking to him now, and they said, "We'll get him. What's his number? Get him off the phone. We're going to have dispatch call him." Dispatch called us and started asking me questions. And I'm saying, "No, we're fine. We're just packing up, getting ready to go out." She said, "Stand by." So we stood by, and she said, "No, stay where you are. We want you to wait. We've got a crew coming in to find you." Now, we're sitting there perfectly okay, but I think anybody that is a first responder knows. And by the way, thank you all first responders. Anybody that is within voice distance, thank you for who you are and what you do. They're coming in, it takes them 40 minutes. Can you imagine going into what is proposed to be a traumatic scene? 40 minutes of building that up in your mind, and then getting there and everybody's sitting there, oh hum, giggling, laughing, playing, talking, doing nothing. And their initial reaction, whether it took them 3 seconds or 30 seconds, 3 minutes, I don't know, but they saw what they saw. You're okay. Well, the guy lost his cool. I can imagine the adrenaline he had to get there and the expectations of finding trauma, and there was none. They had a helicopter in the area, came and landed at the power line that you may have seen in the video, ferried us across to a staging point, and all of our crew and everybody had shown up there. And so they were being drilled. And it took, I think, 3 flights to get us all out of that area and landed in the area. And I had a police officer come up to me and said, "You're the pilot. This is going to be serious. You're going to be charged with something." And you can imagine that's probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I was just exhausted, beat, drilled. That fellow in the field was just going up one side of us, down the other. "You shouldn't have been there. What are you doing? You guys crazy? Give me," I think he confiscated Brian's camera with all of the photos on it. Of course, I had my flight pad. I tucked it at the bottom of my bag. All of us had our phones, tucked it away. We didn't need to create any more trauma for him, nor for ourselves. But the officer asked me, "Are you the pilot?" "Yes." "There's going to be charges." I have to make a statement to him. At the end of the statement, he turned to me and he said, "Ron, congratulations, you guys. Great job." Is that clear?
Goodness. You're going to talk a little bit more, I can see, about the weather. So when you do, can you just talk a little bit, if you don't plan on, just what was your weather briefing? What were you told?
Okay.
A lot of questions around the conditions that day.
Yeah, good timing. We all know that there's rotors coming over a mountain. Part of my tongue-in-cheek humor when I'm flying passengers, we know where there's transition zones. And I tell them, well, we're trained as pilots to see the wind. And sometimes they buy it. Well, I don't know who took this picture. This one over here is Brian's. And Brian, you're not a very good photographer because you didn't pick up on the rotors. We had done the pie balls, and we knew that about 1,500 feet off the ground, there was a change to go down the valley from this point to take us northwards to where we ended up going down. We knew that once we got down there above, there was enough winds taking us directly out into our landing area, which is, you know, towards Calgary. And the winds, I don't have my notes as to what the speed in or the direction, but the pieballs indicated that this is a nice day, beautiful flight. We don't just get up, go out and do that. That was February, and we had been looking at the weather since November. And we had actually gone out a couple of days and then found out we're not going to do it. And as I said, we'd been flying, not myself particularly, all of them, but there's a lot of the pilots, those two that took the video, they had been flying out of there since just before 1988. So it wasn't like we didn't know. We understood there was risk. We knew that. We knew the, you know, the rotors, and whether, I tell people, they're like rogue waves, and anybody that's been in the ocean knows that every 7th to 10th wave is a rogue wave. And that's what hit us. I mean, it was just huge, horrendous, at the altitude, at the same altitude as that initial transition zone. Because all I had done was done a slight recovery, and it nailed me within seconds. So situational awareness, I'm sure we've heard about it. I asked Susanna, a Calgary pilot, what it was. And here's what she said. She said, it's skillfully piloting a balloon involves constant decision-making and situational awareness while ensuring passengers have a positive experience, balancing technical and customer relation demands, ensuring that passengers have an enjoyable and educational experience. That's a mouthful, but the book, it's in the book. This is from the book, so there was training on it. Commonly used term among pilots. Awareness of the plane's physical location in space. All factors, the safety of the flight. It's part of a single pilot's management team. So there's skill required, there's planning required, there's training required, but it comes with life skills. Situational awareness. You know, if you're driving down the highway and the guy in front of you, you can tell if he's texting. My chiropractor had a situation where he knew the person in front, his lady was driving. He says, watch that car in front of us that you're pulling up beside because they're texting. And he suggested, let's speed up and get by them. Okay. Sure enough, they went by the lady that was texting, pulled up beside him. The traffic truck in front stopped, turned into him. Truck behind hit him. So when you're that person that's watching and knowing what's going on around you, it's not the guy in front of you that you're concerned with them, but you're aware of them. It's the guy behind you. They were rear-ended by a truck that pushed them off the road and rolled them. So be aware not only of who you are, but all of the environment, the operation, the balloon, the weather. It's the little things. You know, take care of the little things. Okay. Make sense? Difference between a victim and a survivor is often low level of situational awareness. You can't be a super spy, watchful and paranoid every day. You'll end up on the couch for sure. Decisions. Interesting, about a week ago, I'm driving on the road and there was a squirrel flattened on the road, and I kind of smiled. Well, I only smiled because I know that this slide is coming. We have to be able to make decisions. I don't know how long it was before I started making decisions, but you know, and I've used this expression before, not to decide is a decision, and that makes you the squirrel. You get the thoughts in your head and you don't roll around and make them, and that's going to kill you. That book, the flight manual, it talks about the decision model. So detecting the occurrence, well, of course, that was a very simple thing for us. It was then to estimate what we needed to do, selecting and identifying what we need to do, taking the action, and then making the action evaluated again. So it's not just a simple decision and then wait for the results. You have to have the results visually in your mind before they've even completed their cycle. And so it's a process, multiple process of decision making. And you may change your mind and say, whoops, that was bad, let's try this. But you got to try something. You have the power. You have the power.
So what got you to decide to drop the tanks? When was your final decision? Now's the time to drop those tanks.
When I saw the mountain and when we turned, and I had no idea what the effect was. It would just seem like the right thing to do at the time. I didn't think that we were hitting the ground. We didn't want those loose tanks in with the guys. So it was in my mind, let's get it out of the way. They were, I think, 30 feet away. So panic. How do you control that? You know, people aren't in control. Extreme fear, shortness of breath, all of the symptoms of panic. I've always said panic will kill you as fast as a bullet. It feeds on fear. So part of what helped us get through this is our education and understanding of what we're up against, because we had worked together for so long. Brian was a pilot, and we didn't second guess. No one challenged me. No one said, no, I don't think you should. Everyone did what they were asked to do. You know, it's interesting. We're going through troubled times right now, and there's a lot of fear. And if we could only understand what the source of this problem is, we would have less fear. That, anyone that's a hockey player, does that look like a goalie mask? I've kind of thought it was. So your panic, controlling it. If you think you're going to get up and have a situation and have the experience and say, oh, let me see, I got to breathe deeply. It has to be instinctive. I took a self-hypnosis, which is basically a meditation course when I was at university. You can actually slow your heart rate down if you have proper control of your mind. And proper techniques that are taught to you can help you slow down your mind or your heart so that you can control your emotions and prevent the anxiety attack that was described in the previous slide. Uncomfortable situation, colonoscopy. Anyone ever have to go through one? It's not a pretty thing to look forward to. Well, I had to go through one here within the last 6 months. And so you go in there and your heart rate starts beating, and well, I put my mind into it and I said, gotta relax, gotta relax. I get into to the room and they do the test and the nurse says, what's your heart rate normally? And I said, 54, 58. I says, why, what is it? She says, 44. I had had about half an hour prior to that to ground myself. Okay, so you can actually control yourself if you learn how to do it before it happens. And all of the things I've been saying here today and will continue to say are things that you're not going to learn when the balloon hits like it hit us. It started long ago. Okay? So you got a stress level. We operate on a daily basis within a social engagement level. I've often said that you've got to have a certain level of anxiety to get up in the morning and then build on that to make things happen. And we as pilots, every time we go out, we take this line. Some of us even get into this flight fear position, but we maintain control. I know that you have to be the calmest person in the room because that's respectful. But most pilots I know have what we call respect for height. I do. I've told people I don't even like being this tall. But you have to address that fear. See, we got a comfort zone that we operate in. This is where we're learning our flight training. I mean, everybody, you'd be a fool not to have fear for something. But if you can approach that, you learn and then you grow. I think that speaks for itself. So last tool is flight training. Flight training is just a risky playing. You go out and you do things that you've never done before as a student pilot. This dog and polar bear, this is out of Churchill, Manitoba, which is on the Hudson Bay in Canada. And they actually had tourists coming in to watch this because this was going on day in, day out for months, I think not years. So their training, or their playing, their planning, what got them through this was feeding the bears. Okay, so you got to feed the bears because they forgot to feed them one day. That was the last time that they'd had that show and tell. So playing safe is very, very risky. So when you're training somebody, don't play safe. One of the sessions I was at, someone was saying that they train their student pilots on landing. And of course you assess the situation. And he says, as we were coming in for landing, nice, clear, everything. And I yelled power line just to see his reaction. And it's important, you know. If he doesn't react in a concerned, quick, diligent manner, you got to shake his preserves. So risky play, we play in 6 categories. Heights, of course, balloons play in heights. Speeds, we go fast because of the windy landings, high winds. And we have dangerous tools, dangerous elements. We rough and tumble landing. And the reason I'm bringing this in is because we need to learn this and start learning this way before we start getting our pilot's license. Okay, because risk can occur at any stage during the flight, project's life cycle, and can affect the entire function of the flight. It can end up being here. We love it. Risky play, respectful play, I refer to it. We love it and we need it. Fear is a negative experience and we love to play in risky ways. It teaches us. Pilots learn to control their fear and anger so they can encounter real life dangers. And I think personally, a lot of the things that we did that day were not something that were just luck. I think that over the years that we had worked together, we learned to play together. If we'd not done that, this study went over 60 years, and you know that decline in the ability to play freely and take risk, many, many mental disorders in our world these days. And I always tell people I attribute it to training wheels because they were patented in 48 and commercialized in the 50s. Do the numbers and see where we are today. No worries, right? The first seminar that I attended was with Debbie. And Debbie, thank you for that. I understand that you and your crew are there watching. And I just had to put this in for you. Again, it's the little things that we look for. Make your mistakes soon, make them fast, get control. There's a mindset that you can work with, and you can get yourself through these situations if you take care of the little things, always learning, listen for feedback. Interesting pictures. Okay, that's all, folks. Any questions? I'm open for them.
We've got several questions for you.
I'm sure you do.
So in no particular order, why didn't the second balloon suffer the same fate?
If you understand the rotors, and if you think of it like the ocean waves, you get consistent waves coming in, and one will be a rogue wave. I've had that. There's a pattern here. I had that experience in Hawaii. I was surfing on Sandy Beach, and we've been surfing for 45 minutes an hour. And we went out, and I grabbed a wave, and as soon as I grabbed it, I knew it was a rogue wave, because as soon as I got on it, all I could see was sand under me. Okay. And of course, I dislocated an elbow. Thank God I put my arms up. But we went to the first aid station, and the guy said, I knew it. He says, these waves come in and nobody's prepared for them. We don't know when they're coming. We don't know how big they're going to be. And some are bigger than, he says, and that was one of the bigger ones we've had in a while. By chance.
So with complete hindsight and all the knowledge and information and the years you've had to analyze, is there anything you can think of now that you could have done, short of not doing the flight, to prevent the incident from occurring, to prevent the tear from happening?
You don't know it's coming, considering how good things ended up. Things were pretty bad. They ended up pretty good. Yeah.
Nothing at all that you could just...
I wouldn't change anything. I mean, the only reason that we're not flying out of there anymore is because the park rangers said if he ever sees us anywhere near that hill, and my name is on record in the government offices, that if I'm seen in the balloon in that area, there's going to be serious.
That was going to be my final question to you. You know, had you attempted the flight again, were you going to attempt the flight again? Has anybody else done that flight?
No, the only launch that we had was the ski hill, and the ski hill manager was the one that gave us the authority to fly. And they tried to slap his hand, but he said, I have the authority to do that. And then they worked out something later on. But that we were never going to do that again.
Okay, so that area is shut out.
Well, there's a, you know, in provincial and state parks, I don't think you're allowed to launch and or land in them. But,
right.
You know, that was, if you launch on the outside and you end up having an incident like that, what choice do you have? You know, you have no choice.
Oh. You did what you needed to do.
Yeah, I think we did.
So let me look at the couple more questions. So you threw all the tanks overboard, right? You didn't keep any?
Just two.
Oh, just two.
We needed fuel, Peg. We actually.
You're still trying to burn on your way down.
On the way down, and actually, Roger, I was saying, how much fuel? How much fuel? And when he said we're just under 30%, I said change it. And I mean, there you are. If you had had a passenger who was not instructed on how to change a tank, what would I have done? Exactly. I didn't have time. If I'd have turned to change a tank, I'd have been done.
So what did you do to prepare for impact? You know, one of the questions was, tell us more about the landing, and I'm not sure we'd call that a landing.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, this is where the miracle comes in. As we were heading towards that mountainside, and then we hit, the wind turned us in the other direction, I saw the power line and I pulled the top out. If you watch the video again, you'll see there's a point where the top is out more rigorously than it was before. We hit a spruce tree. Okay, there was a bunch of poplar trees. We hit a spruce tree and we hit it and it bent over, and then it snapped. It's like, oh, hey, I got you. I got to let you go. I've had harder landings in commercial passenger flying. It was just part of the miracle. And the other part of that is we were, Roger, I think was what, 2 inches, if not less, off of dead center. Can you imagine if we'd hit that? It would have spun us. Yeah. So it was, you know, a lot of little things happened, good, and some big things and little things happened that were scary and bad. But we every day up to go balloon, we know that there's a certain level of risk. And the 7 tools that we chose, that I chose to present to you tonight, are the tools that I think that we need to stop and really take back and internalize. Because you're not gonna, the day before that flight, if you don't have all of those and more, and you have a situation like that, you're not gonna make it. I mean, we know that there have been incidents and people haven't made it. We don't know what their level of preparation was. We know that they're probably high skill, high level pilots, but what was the little thing that they missed? And it is, it's little things that are gonna get you, the gotchas. And a lot of it is in here. A lot of it's in your head. Can you imagine if any one of us had extremely panicked? What would have happened? What would have they done? If any one of them had grabbed me out of fear, I couldn't have done what I did. Grabbed one another. It wouldn't have happened. And it's relationship building because of the time. And you have to build that relationship with your passengers. And if you meet them in the field and say, get in the basket, I think you're missing something. Okay, because they are your crew now. Make sense?
It makes perfect sense, Ron. And I think, you know, that's the perfect wrap up, right? Is the safe flight starts way before the launch field. And you know, that's been the theme of our entire seminar here. And I think you just drilled that home. So we thank you so much, you, Brian, Roger, for willing to repeatedly share your experience with us. The learnings are just so powerful for all of us. So thank you so very much.
And I'm glad to do it. If our experience can help, like I said earlier, one person, I'd do it again.
And so to all the participants, this is our wrap up. Right now, we do have the evaluation for Miracle on the Mountain up on the screen. And as the final survey for the entire seminar will be a pop-up in your browser as soon as we log off. And so please, I'll plead with you to spend the extra couple of minutes giving us, you know, final feedback about the entire webinar. Of course, we'd all agree with you. We would love to see you all in person, and we look forward to getting to do that again next year. And I just want to express my sincere appreciation to all the presenters and the time they took to prepare for this, and the knowledge that they shared with us and all their experiences. And then also like to thank the Quad A Education Committee. All these volunteers put in a lot of time to make this happen. And one particular gentleman, we just flat wouldn't have done this, which is Ken Tooley and his experience. So it wouldn't have been possible, period, without the hours he put in. So thank you all, my friends. We look forward to seeing you out in the field, and we look forward to seeing you in person again next year. Thank you for joining us.